Chored Beruach, Sword of the Spirit. Interpreted and narrated by Wendy. Bereshit, Genesis, Chapter 1.
In the beginning, Elohim, deities, created the heavens and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Ruach, spirit of Elohim, moved upon the face of the waters. Then Elohim said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And Elohim saw the light, that it was good. Moreover, Elohim divided the light from the darkness. Then Elohim called the light Yom, day, and the darkness they called Lilah, night. Thus the evening and the morning were the first day. And Elohim said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." Then Elohim made the firmament, and they divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And Elohim called the firmament Shamayim, heavens. Thus the evening and the morning were the second day. Then Elohim said, "Let the waters under the heavens be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. Then Elohim called the dry land Aretz, earth, and the gathered waters were called Yamim, seas. And Elohim saw that it was good. Also Elohim said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yield seed, the fruit tree yield fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth." And it was so. Therefore the earth brought forth grass, and the herb yielded seed after its kind. The tree yielded fruit, whose seed was in itself, after its kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. Thus the evening and the morning were the third day. Then Elohim said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens, to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for appointed times, and for days and years. Also let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens, to give light upon the earth." And it was so. Therefore Elohim made the two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night, and the stars also. And Elohim set them in the firmament of the heavens, to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And Elohim saw that it was good. Thus the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And Elohim said, "Let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that has life, and fowl that may fly above the earth in the open firmament of the heavens." Therefore Elohim created the great whales, and every living creature that moves, which the waters brought forth abundantly after their kind, and every winged fowl after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. Also Elohim endowed them, saying, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the waters of the seas, and let the fowl multiply in the earth." Thus the evening and the morning were the fifth day. Then Elohim said, "Let the earth bring forth the living creature after his kind, the livestock and the creeping thing, and the beast of the earth after its kind." And it was so. Therefore Elohim made the beast of the earth after his kind, and the livestock after their kind, and everything that creeps upon the Adamah, ground, after his kind. And Elohim saw that it was good. Then Elohim said, "Let us make Adam, mankind, in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the livestock, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth." Thus Elohim created the Adam in their own image. In the image of Elohim they were created. Male and female they were created. Then Elohim endowed them, and Elohim said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth." Moreover, Elohim said, "Behold, I have given unto you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree in which the fruit of the tree yields seed. It will be food for you, and for every beast of the earth, and for every fowl of the air, and for everything that creeps upon the earth, in which has life. All green herbs are for food." And it was so. Then Elohim saw everything that they had made, and behold, it was very good. Thus the evening and the morning were the 6th day. Furthermore, the heavens and the earth were complete, and all the host of them. Therefore, on the 7th day, Elohim created their work, which was made, and they rested on the 7th day from all their work, which was made. Then Elohim endowed the 7th day, and they set it apart, because in it they rested from all their work, which Elohim created and made. These are the generations of the heavens and the earth. When they were created in the day that YHWH, he exists, Elohim made the heavens and the earth, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For YHWH Elohim had not caused it to rain upon the earth, for Adam was not there to till the Adamah. But a mist went up from the earth, and watered the whole face of the Adamah. When YHWH Elohim formed Adam from the dust of the Adamah, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, then Adam became a living soul. And YHWH Elohim planted a garden eastward in Aden, pleasure. And there he put Adam, whom he had formed. And out of the Adamah YHWH Elohim made every tree that is pleasant to our sight, and good for food to grow. The tree of life was in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Also a river went out of Aden to water the garden, and from there it separated and became 4 heads. The name of the first is Pishun, to enlarge. It encompasses the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold, and the gold of that land is good. There is bdellium and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gihon, to burst forth. It winds through the whole land of Cush, Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel, rapid. It goes towards the east of Ashur, Assyria. And the fourth river is Berat, fruitful. Then YHWH Elohim took Adam, and he put him into the garden of Aden to dress and keep it. Moreover, YHWH Elohim commanded Adam, saying, "Of every tree of the garden you may freely eat. However, from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat of it, for in the day that you eat of it, surely you will die. Moreover, YHWH Elohim said, "It is not good that Adam is alone. I will make a helpmate for him, as a counterpart." Also, out of the Adamah, YHWH Elohim formed every beast of the field and every fowl of the air, and he brought them unto Adam, to see what he would call them. And whatever Adam called every living creature, that was the name of it. Thus Adam gave names to all livestock, and to the fowl of the air, and to every beast of the field. But for Adam a helpmate was not found for him. Therefore YHWH Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam. While he slept, then he took one of his ribs and closed up the flesh in its place. Then YHWH Elohim made the rib, which he had taken from Adam, into a woman, and he brought her to Adam. And Adam said, "Now, this is bone of my bone, and flesh of my flesh." He called her Aisha, woman. For out of Aish, man, she was taken. Therefore a man will leave his father and his mother, and cleave to his wife. Then they will be one flesh. And both of them were naked, the Adam and his wife, but they were not ashamed. Now the serpent was more cunning than any beast of the field which YHWH Elohim had made. And he asked the woman, "Why has Elohim said, you should not eat of every tree of the garden?" And the woman answered the serpent, "We may eat the fruit of the trees of the garden, but from the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Elohim has said, you shall not eat of it, nor should you touch it, or you will pass on." Then the serpent said to the woman, "Not die? You will pass on? For Elohim knows that in the day that you eat of it, then your eyes will be opened, and you will be like deities, knowing good and evil." Furthermore, the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and desired the tree to make one wise. She took its fruit and ate. Also she gave to her husband with her, and he ate. Then both of their eyes were opened, and they knew that they were naked. So they sewed fig leaves together, and made coverings for themselves. Then they heard the sound of YHWH Elohim from moving through the garden towards the wind that day. Therefore Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of YHWH Elohim in the midst of the trees of the garden. Then YHWH Elohim called to Adam and asked of him, "Where are you?" And he answered, "I heard your sound in the garden, but I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid myself." And he asked, "Who told you that you were naked? Did you eat from the tree that I commanded you not to eat?" And Adam answered, "The woman who you gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree, and I ate." Then YHWH Elohim asked of the woman, "What is this that you have done?" And the woman answered, "The serpent beguiled me, and I ate." Then YHWH Elohim said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, you are cursed above all livestock, and above every beast of the field. Upon your belly you will go, and dust you will eat all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He will bruise your head, and you will bruise his heel." Unto the woman it was said, "I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception. In sorrow you will bring forth children, and your desire will be to your husband, and he will reign over you." And to Adam he said, "Because you have hearkened to the voice of your wife, and have eaten of the tree which I commanded you, saying, You shall not eat of it. Cursed is the Adamah for your sake. In sorrow you will eat of it all the days of your life. Also it will bring forth thorns and thistles to you, and you will eat the herb of the field. With the sweat of your face you will eat bread until you return to the Adamah, for out of it you were taken. For dust you are, and to dust you will return." Furthermore, Adam called his wife's name Chahwa, life, because she was the mother of all living. Then YHWH Elohim made Adam and his wife tunics of skins and clothed them. And YHWH Elohim said, "Behold, Adam has become like one of us, to know good and evil. Now he may also put forth his hand and take of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever." Then YHWH Elohim sent him forth from the garden of Eden to till the Adamah from where he was taken. Thus he drove out Adam. Then from the east of the garden he placed the cherubim and the flaming, whirling sword to protect the way of the tree of life.
Chapter 3.
And Adam knew Chahwa his wife. Then she conceived and bore Cain, possession. And she said, "I possess a man, he exists." Again she bore his brother Habel, empty. And Habel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of Adamah. And it came to pass during a period of time, Cain brought an offering unto YHWH from the fruit of Adamah. And Habel he also brought from the firstlings of his flock, and from the fat of it. Also YHWH regarded unto Habel and his offering, but to Cain and his offering was no regard. So Cain was very wroth, and his countenance fell. Therefore YHWH asked of Cain, "Why are you wroth, and why has your countenance fallen? If you do well, won't you be accepted? And if you don't do well, sin lies at the door, and it desires you, but you must rule over it." Then Cain talked to Habel his brother. And it came to pass, when they were in the field, that Cain rose up against Habel his brother, and slew him. And YHWH asked of Cain, "Where is Habel your brother?" And he answered, "I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper?" Then he asked, "What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries out to me from the Adamah. Now you are cursed from the Adamah, which has opened her mouth to receive your brother's blood by your hand. Henceforth, when you till the Adamah, it will not yield her strength to you. A fugitive and a vagabond you will be in the earth." However, Cain said unto YHWH, "My punishment is greater than I can bear. Behold, you have driven me out this day from the face of the Adamah. From your face I will be hidden, and I will be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth. And it will come to pass that everyone who finds me will slay me." Then YHWH said unto him, "Therefore, whoever slays Cain, vengeance will be taken on him sevenfold." Thus YHWH set a mark upon Cain, lest all finding him would kill him. So Cain went out from the presence of YHWH, and dwelt in the land of Nod, east of Eden. Furthermore, Cain knew his wife. Thus she conceived, and bore Hanok. Then he built a city, and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Hanok. Unto Hanok was born Airad. And Airad begot Mahujael. And Mahujael begot Metushael. And Metushael begot Lamech. Then Lamech took unto himself 2 wives. The name of one was Ada, and the name of the other was Zillah. And Ada bore Yabal. He was the father of tent-dwelling and livestock. And his brother's name was Ubal. He was the father of handling the harp and flute. And Zillah, she also bore Tubal-Cain, an instructor of all craftsmanship in copper and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. Then Lamech said to his wives, Ada and Zillah, Hear my voice, you wives of Lamech. Hearken to my speech. For I have slain a man for wounding me, and a young man for injuring me. If Cain will be avenged 7-fold, truly Lamech 77-fold. Furthermore, Adam knew his wife again. Thus she bore a son, and she called him Shet, appointed. For Elohim has appointed me another seed, instead of Habel, whom Cain slew. And to Shet also, unto him was born a son, and he called him Anush, mortal. Then was the beginning of calling in the name of YHWH. He exists.
Chapter 4.
This is the Sefer, scroll of the generations of Adam. In the day that Elohim created Adam, in the likeness of Elohim he was made. Male and female were created, and he endowed them, and he called them Adam in the day they were created. And Adam lived 130 years. Then he begot a son in his own likeness, after his image, and he called his name Shet. And the days of Adam after he had begotten Shet were 800 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And all the days that Adam lived were 930 years. Thus he died. And Shet lived 105 years. Then he begot Enosh. And Shet lived after he begot Enosh 807 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Shet were 912 years. Thus he died. And Enosh lived 90 years. Then he begot Cainan. And Enosh lived after he begot Cainan 815 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Enosh were 905 years. Thus he died. And Cainan lived 70 years. Then he begot Mahalalel. And Cainan lived after he begot Mahalalel 840 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Cainan were 910 years. Thus he died. And Mahalalel lived 65 years. Then he begot Yared. And Mahalalel lived after he begot Yared 830 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Mahalalel were 895 years. Thus he died. And Yared lived 162 years. Then he begot Chanuk. And Yared lived after he begot Chanuk 800 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Yared were 962 years. Thus he died. And Chanuk lived 65 years. Then he begot Metushalach. And Chanuk walked with Elohim after he begot Metushalach 300 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Chanuk were 365 years. And Chanuk walked with Elohim, and was not, for Elohim took him. And Metushalach lived 187 years. Then he begot Lamech. And Methuselah lived after he begot Lamech 782 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Methuselah were 969 years. Thus he died. And Lamech lived 182 years. Then he begot a son, and he called his name Nuach, consolation, saying, "This one, he will be a consolation for us, concerning the work and toil of our hands, because of the Adamah which he who exists has cursed." And Lamech lived after he begot Nuach 595 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And all the days of Lamech were 777 years. Thus he died. And Nuach was 500 years old. Then Nuach begot Shem, Ham, and Yepet.
Chapter 5.
And it came to pass when the Adam began to multiply upon the face of the Adamah, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of the Elohim saw the daughters of the Adam, that they were fair. And they took for themselves wives of all whom they chose. And YHWH said, My Ruach will not strive with Adam forever. Indeed, he is flesh, and his days will be 120 years. There were Nephilim, giants, in the earth during those days. Also after that, when the sons of the Elohim came unto the daughters of the Adam, and they bore unto them, they were the champions who were from antiquity, mortals of renown. And Elohim saw that the wickedness of Adam was great in the earth, and that all the intentions of their heart were evil continually. And YHWH regretted that he made the Adam in the earth, and he was grieved to his heart. So YHWH said, I will destroy the Adam, whom I have created, from the face of the Adamah, from Adam to beast, to the creeping thing, to the fowl of the air, as my consolation for having made them. But Nuach found grace in the eyes of YHWH. These are the generations of Nuach. Nuach was a just man, perfect in his generations. Elohim walked with Nuach. Moreover, Nuach begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Yepet. Still yet, the earth was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. Then Elohim looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all the flesh had corrupted their way upon the earth. And Elohim said to Nuach, The end of all flesh has come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them, and behold, I will destroy them with the earth. You will make an ark of gopher wood, rooms you will make in the ark. Also, cleanse its inside, and cleanse its outside. And this is the fashion which you will make it. The length of the ark will be 300 cubits. The breadth of it is 50 cubits, and the height of it is 30 cubits. You will make a window for the ark, and in a cubit you will finish it above. And the door of the ark you will set in the side of it. You will make it lower 2nd and 3rd stories. Then behold me, from bringing the floodwaters upon the earth, to destroy all flesh from under the heavens, in which has the Ruach of life. Everything that is in the earth will die. But I will establish my covenant with you, and you will come into the ark, you and your sons, and your wife, and your sons' wives with you. And every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort, you will bring into the ark to keep alive with you. And they will be male and female, from fowl after their kind, and from livestock after their kind, from every creeping thing of the Adamah, after its kind. 2 of every sort will come unto you to stay alive, and you will take for yourself all food that is eaten, and you will gather to yourself, and it will be food for you and for them. And Nuach did according to all that Elohim commanded him. Thus he did. Then YHWH said to Noach, Come, you and all your house, into the ark, for I have seen your righteousness before me in this generation. Of every clean beast you will take to yourself by 7, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Also the fowl of the air by 7, the male and the female, to keep seed alive upon the face of all the Adamah, for yet 7 days. Then I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and every living substance that I have made I will destroy from off the face of the Adamah. And Nuach did according to all that YHWH had commanded him. And Nuach was 600 years old when the flood waters were upon the earth. And Nuach went in, and his sons, and his wife, and his sons' wives with them, into the ark because of the flood waters. From clean beasts, and from beasts that are not clean, and from fowl, and from everything that creeps upon the Adamah, they went 2 by 2 unto Nuach into the ark, the male and the female, as Elohim had commanded Nuach. And it came to pass after 7 days that the waters of the flood were upon the earth.
Chapter 6.
In the 600th year of the life of Nuach, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, that same day, all the fountains of the great deep were broken up, and the windows of the heavens were opened, and the rain was upon the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. During that same day, Nuach and Shem and Ham and Yebet, the sons of Nuach, and the wife of Nuach, and the 3 wives of his sons with them, entered into the ark, they and every beast after its kind, and all the livestock after its kind, and every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth after its kind, and every fowl after its kind, every bird of every sort. And they went unto Nuach into the ark, 2 by 2 of all flesh, in which was the ruach of life. And those who went in male and female of all flesh, as Elohim had commanded him. Then YHWH shut him in. Moreover, the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased. Also he lifted up the ark, and it rose above the earth. Thus the waters prevailed and increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. Moreover, the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and he covered all the high mountains that are under all the heavens. The waters prevailed 15 cubits upward, and the mountains were covered. Then all flesh that moved upon the earth died, among the fowl, and among the livestock, and among the beasts, and among every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, and all the Adam, all who had the breath of the ruach of life in their nostrils, of all who were on dry land, died. And he wiped out everything that existed, which was upon the face of the Adamah, from Adam and livestock, and the creeping things, and the fowl of the heavens. Thus they were destroyed from the earth. Yet only Nuach and those who were with him in the ark remained alive. And the waters prevailed upon the earth for 150 days. Then Elohim remembered Nuach, and every living thing, and all the animals that were with him in the ark. And Elohim made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters subsided, Also, the fountains of the deep and the windows of the heavens were stopped, and the rain from the heavens was restrained, and the waters returned from off the earth continually. Therefore, after the end of 150 days, the waters decreased, and the ark gave consolation on the 17th day of the 7th month, above the mountains of Ararat. Furthermore, the waters decreased continually until the 10th month. In the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, the tops of the mountains were seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days that Noach opened the window of the ark which he had made, and he sent forth a raven, which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from himself, to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the Adamah. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her feet. And she returned to him into the ark, for the waters were upon the face of the whole earth. And he put forth his hand, then he took and pulled her towards himself into the ark. And he stayed yet another 7 days. And again he sent forth a dove out of the ark. And the dove came in unto him during the evening. And lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off. Thus Noach knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet another 7 days. Then he sent forth the dove, which did not return to him any more.
Chapter 7.
And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth. And Noach removed the ark's covering and looked, and behold, the face of the Adamah was dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 27th day of the month, the earth was dry. Therefore Elohim spoke to Noach, saying, Go forth from the ark, you and your wife and your sons wives with you. Bring forth with you every living thing that is with you of all flesh, of fowl, and of livestock, and of every creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, that they may breed abundantly in the earth. Therefore be fruitful, and multiply upon the earth. Then Noach went forth, and his sons, and his wife, and his sons' wives with him. Every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, whatever creeps upon the earth after their kind, went forth out of the ark. And Noach built an altar unto YHWH, and he took of every clean beast, and of every clean fowl. Then he offered burnt offerings on the altar. And YHWH smelled the sweet savor. Then YHWH said in his heart, I will never again curse the Adamah for Adam's sake any more, because the imagination of Adam's heart is evil from his youth. Nor again will I strike everything living any more, as I have done. While the earth remains, seedtime and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night will not cease. Then Elohim endowed Noach and his sons. Also he said to them, Be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth. Thus the fear of you and the dread of you will be upon every beast of the earth, and upon every fowl of the air, upon all that moves on the Adamah, and upon all the fish of the sea. Unto your hand they are delivered. Every moving thing that lives will be food for you. So too, like the green herb, I have given you all things. But flesh with the life of it, which is the blood of it, you will not eat. And surely the blood of your lives I will require from the hand of all beasts. and I will require it from the hand of the Adam. From the hand of every man's brother, I will require the life of the Adam. Whoever sheds the blood of the Adam within mankind, his blood will be shed. For in the image of Elohim he made the Adam. And you, be fruitful and multiply, bring forth abundantly in the earth, and multiply in it. Then Elohim spoke to Noach and to his sons with him, saying, And I, behold, I establish my covenant with you, and with your seed after you, and with every living creature that is with you of the fowl, of the livestock, and of every beast of the earth with you, from all that went out of the ark to every beast of the earth. And I will establish my covenant with you. Thus, all flesh will not be cut off by the waters of a flood again, nor will there be any more flood to destroy the earth. Then Elohim said, This is the sign of the covenant which I make between you and I, and every living creature that is with you for perpetual generations. My rainbow I set in the cloud, and it will be for a sign of a covenant between me and the earth. And it will come to pass, when I bring a cloud over the earth, that the bow will be seen in the cloud. Furthermore, I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you, and every living creature of all flesh. And never again will the waters of a flood destroy all flesh. And the bow will be in the cloud, and I will look upon it, that I may remember the everlasting covenant between Elohim and every living creature of all flesh that is upon the earth. Then Elohim said to Noach, This is the sign of the covenant, which I have established between me and all flesh that is upon the earth.
Chapter 8.
And the sons of Noach, who went forth from the ark, were Shem, Nam, Cham, burnt, and Yepet. He will entice. Also, Cham was the father of Canaan. These are the three sons of Noach, and of them the whole earth was overspread. Moreover, Noach became a husband of the Adamah, and he planted a vineyard. Also he drank the wine. Thus he became drunk and uncovered within his tent. Then Cham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and he told his two brethren outside. So Shem and Yepet took a garment and laid it upon both their shoulders, and went backwards and covered their father's nakedness. Furthermore, their faces were backwards. Therefore, they did not see their father's nakedness. However, Noach awoke from his wine and knew what his younger son had done to him. And he said, Cursed is Canaan. He will be a servant of servants to his brethren. Then he said, Shem is the endowed of he who exists, the Elohim, and Canaan will be his servant. Elohim will entice Yepet. Therefore he will dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan will become his servant. Moreover, Noach lived 350 years after the flood, and all the days of Noach were 950 years. Thus he died.
Chapter 9.
Now these are the generations of the sons of Noach: Shem, Ham, and Yepet. And unto them sons were born after the flood. The sons of Yepet were Gomer, and Megug, and Madai, and Yahuan, Greece, and Tubal, and Meshech, and Tiras. And the sons of Gomer were Ashkenaz, and Ribat, and Tugarma. And the sons of Yahuan were Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and Dudanim. By these the people of the isles were divided in their lands, everyone after his tongue, after their families, in their nations. And the sons of Ham were Cush, Ethiopia, and Mitzrayim, Egypt, and Puth, Libya, and Canaan, Canaan. And the sons of Cush were Seba, and Jehuilah, and Sabta, and Raama, and Septeka. And the sons of Raama were Sheba, and Dedan. And Cush begot Nimrud. He began to become a champion in the earth. He was a mighty hunter before YHWH. Therefore it is said, even as Nimrud, the mighty hunter before YHWH. And the beginning of his kingdom was Babel, Babylon, and Arek, and Akkad, and Calneh, in the land of Shinar. Out of the land of Ashur, Assyria went forth and built Nineveh, and the city of Rehoboth, and Kalach, and Resen, between Nineveh and Kalach. The same is a great city. And Mitzrayim begot Ludim, and Anamim, and Lehabim, and Naptuchim, and Patrusim, and Kasluchim, out of whom came Pelishtim, Palestine, and Kapturim. And Canaan begot Sidon, his firstborn, and Chet, and the Yebusi, and the Amori, and the Girgashi, and the Chihui, and the Arki, and the Sini, and Arhuadi, and Tamari, and Hamati. And afterward the families of the Canaani were spread abroad, and the border of the Canaani was from Sidon, as you come to Gerar, to Aza, Gaza, as you go to Sedum, Sodom, and Amorah, Gomorrah, and Admah, and Zebayim, even to Lasha. These are the sons of Ham, after their families, after their tongues, in their countries, and in their nations. Also unto Shem, the brother of Yepet the elder, was offspring. He was the father of all the children of Aiber, a region beyond. The children of Shem were Ailam, and Ashur, and Arpachshad, and Lud, and Aram. And the children of Aram were Auts, and Hul, and Geter, and Mash. And Arpachshad begot Shalach, and Shalach begot Aiber. And unto Aiber were born 2 sons. The name of one was Peleg, division, for in his days the earth was divided. And his brother's name was Yakthang. And Yakthang begot Almudad, and Shalep, and Hatzar Mahut, and Yerach, and Haduram, and Auzal, and Dikla, and Aubal, and Abimaal, and Sheba, and Auber, Ophir, and Jehuilah, and Ubab. All of these are the sons of Yakthang, and their dwelling was from Mesha, as you go to Separ, a mount of the east. These are the sons of Shem, after their families, after their tongues, in their lands, after their nations. These are the families of the sons of Nuach, after their generations, in their nations, and by these the nations within the earth were divided after the flood.
Chapter 10.
And the whole earth had one language, and a united speech. And it came to pass, as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another, Come, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and they had slime for mortar. And they said, Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower, whose top may reach to the heavens. And let us make ourselves a name, lest we are scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth. Then YHWH came down to see the city and the tower, which the descendants of the Adam built. And YHWH said, Behold, the people are one, and they all have one language. Therefore they began to do this. Now nothing will be restrained from them, which they imagined to do. Come, let us go down. Once there, confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. Thus YHWH scattered them abroad from upon the face of all the earth, and they left off from building the city. Therefore the name of it is called Babel, confusion, for there YHWH confused the language of all the earth, and from there YHWH scattered them abroad upon the face of all the earth.
Chapter 11.
These are the generations of Shem. Shem was 100 years old and begot Arpachshad 2 years after the flood. And Shem lived after he begot Arpachshad 500 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And Arpachshad lived 35 years. Then he begot Shelach. And Arpachshad lived after he begot Shelach 403 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And Shelach was 30 years. Then he begot Aiber. And Shelach lived after he begot Aiber 403 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And Aiber lived 34 years. Then he begot Peleg. And Aiber lived after he begot Peleg 430 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And Peleg lived 30 years. Then he begot Rau. And Peleg lived after he begot Rau 209 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And Rau lived 32 years. Then he begot Sherug. And Rau lived after he begot Sherug 207 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And Sherug lived 30 years. Then he begot Nehor. And Sherug lived after he begot Nehor 200 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And Nehor lived 29 years. Then he begot Terach. And Nehor lived after he begot Terach 119 years. Also he begot sons and daughters. And Terach lived 70 years. Then he begot Abram, Nehor, and Haran. Now these are the generations of Terach. Terach begot Abram, Nehor, and Haran. And Haran begot Luth. And Haran died before his father, Terach, in the land of his nativity, in Ur of the Kashdim, Chaldeans. Furthermore, Abram and Nehor took themselves wives. The name of the wife of Abram was Sharai, and the name of the wife of Nahor, Milcah, the daughter of Haran. He was the father of Milcah and the father of Iscah. But Sharai was barren. She had no child. Then Terach took Abram his son, and Luth, the son of Haran, his son's son, and Sharai, his daughter-in-law, the wife of his son Abram. And they went forth from those in Aur, the Kashdim, to go into the land of Canaan. Then they came to Haran and dwelt there. And the days of Terach were 205 years. Thus Terach died in Haran.
Chapter 12.
And YHWH said to Abram, "Get yourself out of your country, and from your kindred, and from your father's house, to a land that I will show you. And I will make a great nation of you. Thus I will endow you, and make your name great. Also you will be an endowment, and I will endow those who endow you, and curse him who curses you. And by you all the families of the Adamah will be endowed." Therefore Abram departed, as YHWH had spoken to him, and Luth went with him. And Abram was 75 years old when he departed from Haran. Therefore Abram took Sharai his wife, and Luth his brother's son, and all their substance that they had gathered, and the souls that they had gotten in Haran. And they went forth to go into the land of Canaan. Thus towards the land of Canaan they went. And Abram passed through the land to the place of Shechem, to the plain of Moreh. Also the Canaani were in the land then. And YHWH appeared unto Abram, and he said, "Unto your seed I will give this land." And there he built an altar unto YHWH, who appeared to him. And he left from there to a mountain on the east of Beit Al, house of all. Then he pitched his tent, having Beit Al on the west, and Ai on the east. And there he built an altar unto YHWH, and he called in the name of he who exists. Then Abram journeyed, still going towards the south. But there was a famine in the land. Therefore Abram went down into Mitzrayim to sojourn there, for the famine was grievous in the land. And it came to pass, when he was close to entering into Mitzrayim, that he said to Sharai his wife, "Behold now, I know that you are a fair woman to look upon. Therefore it will come to pass, when the Mitzrim will see you, that they will say, 'This is his wife?' And they will kill me, but they will save you alive. Say, I pray you, that you are my sister, that it will be well with me for your sake, and my soul will live because of you." And it came to pass, when Abram had come into Mitzrayim, then the Mitzrim beheld the woman, for she was very fair. Also the princes of Paro saw her. Then they praised her before Paro. Thus the woman was taken into Paro's house. And he entreated Abram well for her sake. And he had sheep, and oxen, and asses, and men servants, and maid servants, and she asses, and camels. However, YHWH plagued Paro and his house with great plagues because of Sharai, the wife of Abram. Therefore Paro called Abram and asked, "What is this that you have done to me? Why didn't you tell me that she was your wife? Why did you say she is my sister, so that I might have taken her unto myself to wife? Now, behold, your wife. Take her and go away." Then Paro commanded men concerning him. Thus they sent him and his wife and all that they had away.
Chapter 13.
And Abram went up from Mitzrayim, he and his wife, and all that he had, and Luth with him, into the southern territory. Furthermore, Abram was very rich in livestock, in silver, and in gold. Thus he went on his journey from the south, even towards Beit Al, to the place where his tent had been in the beginning, between Beit Al and Ai, unto the place of the altar, which he had made there at first. And there Abram called in the name of he who exists. Also Luth, who went in with Abram, had flocks and herds and tents. Thus the land was not able to bear them, that they might dwell together, for their substance was great, so that they could not dwell together. Moreover, there was strife between the herdmen of the flock of Abram and the herdmen of the flock of Luth. Also the Canaani and the Perizi dwelt in the land then. Therefore Abram said to Luth, Let there be no strife, I pray you, between you and I, and between my herdmen and your herdmen, for we are brethren. Is not the whole land before you? Separate yourself from me, I pray you. If you take the left hand, then I will go the right. Or if you take the right hand, then I will go the left. So Luth lifted up his eyes, and he beheld the entire region of the Yarden, that it was well watered everywhere before YHWH destroyed Sodom and Amorah, like the garden of YHWH, like the land of Mitzrayim, as you come to Zoar. Therefore Luth chose for himself the entire region of the Yarden. Thus Luth journeyed east, and they separated themselves one from another. Abram dwelt in the land of Canaan, and Luth dwelt among the cities of the region, and he pitched his tent toward Sodom. However, the men of Sodom were exceedingly wicked and sinners before YHWH. Then YHWH said to Abram after the separation of Luth from him, Now lift up your eyes and look from the place where you are, northward and southward, eastward and westward. For all the land which you see, I will give it to you and to your seed forever. And I will make your seed as the dust of the earth, so that if a man can number the dust of the earth, then your seed will also be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it, and in the width of it, for I will give it to you. Therefore Abram removed his tent. Then he came and dwelt in the region of Mamre, which is Hebron, and there he built an altar unto YHWH.
Chapter 14.
And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Aryuk, king of Elasar, Kedar-laomer, king of Ailam, and Tidal, king of the Goyim, that these made war with Bera, king of Sedum, and with Bersha, king of Amorah, Shenab, king of Admah, and Shemaber, king of Zeboyim, and the king of Bala, which is Zoar. All of these were joined together in the valley of Shiddim, which is the Salt Sea. For 12 years they served Kedor-laomer. However, in the 13th year they rebelled. Then in the 14th year Kedor-laomer and the kings who were with him came, and struck the Rephaim in Ashtarut Karnim, and the Zuzim in Ham, and the Aimim in Shahwe Kiryakdim, and the Huri in their mount Shair, until Ail Paran, which is by the wilderness. Then they returned and came to Ain Mishpath, which is Kudesh, and struck all the country of the Amaleki, also the Amori, who dwelt in Chetzetzun Tamar. When they went out, the king of Sedum, and the king of Amorah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zebuyim, and the king of Bala, the same as Zoar. Then they joined battle with them in the valley of Shiddim, with Kedor La'amer, the king of Ailam, and with Tidal, king of the Goyim, and Amrapel, king of Shinor, and Aryuk, king of Alasar. 4 kings were against 5. Furthermore, the valley of Shiddim was full of slime pits. Also, the kings of Sedum and Amorah fled and fell there. Then those who remained fled to the mountain. Therefore they took all the goods of Sedum and Amorah, and all their victuals. Then they went their way. And they took Luth, the son of the brother of Abram, who dwelt in Sedum, and his goods. Then they departed. However, someone who had escaped came, and he told Abram, the Aiberi, descendant of Aiber, for he dwelt in the region of Mamre, of the Amori, the brother of Ashkul, and the brother of Aner. And these were allied with Abram. And when Abram heard that his brother was taken captive, he armed his trained servants, born in his own house, 318. And they pursued them until dawn. Also, he divided himself against them by night, he and his servants. Then he struck them and pursued them to Chuba, which is on the left hand of Damascus. And he brought back all the goods, also his brother Luth. And his goods were returned, including the women and people. And the king of Sedum went out to meet him after his return of the slaughter of Kedor La'amer, and the kings who were with him at the valley of YHWH, which is the valley of the king. Furthermore, Melchizedek, king of Shalem, brought forth bread and wine. And he was the priest of Al-Alyun, Most High Deity. Then he endowed, saying, Abram is the endowed of Al-Alyun, possessor of the heavens and earth. Also, the Most High All, who has delivered your enemies into your hands, is endowed. Then he gave him tithes of everything. Moreover, the king of Sedum said to Abram, Give me the people, and take the goods unto yourself. But Abram said to the king of Sedum, I have lifted up my hand unto he who exists, Al-Alyun, the possessor of the heavens and earth, that I will not take a thread or even the strap of a sandal. If I take all that is yours, will you not say, I have made Abram rich? Save only that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men who went with me, Aner, Ashkul, and Mamre. Let them take their portion.
Chapter 15.
After these things, the word of YHWH came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am your shield, your exceeding great reward. And Abram asked, Adonai, my Lord, he who exists, what can you give me, seeing I go childless, and the steward of my house is this Eliezer of Damascus? Then Abram said, Behold, you have given no seed unto me. Indeed, my heir is one born in my house. And lo, the word of YHWH came to him, saying, This will not be your heir, but he who will come forth out of your own bowels will be your heir. Then he brought him outside and said, Look now towards the heavens, and count the stars, if you are able to number them. And he said to him, Like these your seed will be. Thus he believed in YHWH, and he counted it towards him for righteousness. Then he said to him, I am he who exists, who brought you out of Aur, of the Kashdim, to give you the land to inherit it. So he asked, Adonai, he who exists, how will I know when I have inherited it? Therefore he answered him, Bring me a heifer of 3 years, and a she-goat of 3 years, and a ram of 3 years, and a turtle dove, and a young pigeon. So he brought all these things unto him. Then he divided them in the middle, and he laid each piece one against the other. But the birds he did not divide. And when the fowl came down upon the carcasses, Abram drove them away. Furthermore, when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, a dread of great darkness fell upon him. Thus he said unto Abram, Know with a certainty that your seed will be an immigrant in a land that is not theirs, serving them, and they will afflict them 400 years. Also, I will judge the nation which they will serve, and afterward they will come out with great substance. And you will go to your fathers in peace. You will be buried during a good old age. Furthermore, during the 4th generation, they will come here again, for the iniquity of the Amori is not yet full. And it came to pass when the sun went down, and it was dark, that behold, there was a smoking furnace and a burning lamp that passed between those pieces. In that same day, YHWH made a covenant with Abram, saying, Unto your seed I have given this land, from the river of Mizraim unto the great river, the river Parat, the Kini and the Kenizi, and the Kadmoni, and the Hitti, and the Perizi, and the Rephaim, and the Amori, and the Canaani, and the Gergashi, and the Yebusi.
Chapter 16.
Now Sarai, the wife of Abram, bore him no children, but she had a handmaid, a Mitzrit, whose name was Hagar. Therefore Sarai said to Abram, Behold now, he who exists has restrained me from bearing. I pray you, go in to my maid. It may be that I obtain children by her. Thus Abram hearkened unto the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, the wife of Abram, took Hagar her maid, the Mitzrit, after Abram dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her husband, Abram, to be his wife. Thus he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived. And when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. And Sarai said to Abram, My wrong is upon you. I have given my maid unto your bosom. And when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. May he who exists judge between you and I. But Abram said to Sarai, Behold, your maid is in your hand. Do to her as it pleases you. And when Sarai dealt harshly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of YHWH found her in the wilderness by a fountain of water, by the fountain in the way towards Shur. And he asked Hagar, the maid of Sarai, From where did you come, and where will you go? And she answered, I flee from the face of my mistress, Sarai. And the angel of YHWH said unto her, Return to your mistress, and submit yourself under her hands. Then the angel of YHWH said to her, I will multiply your seed exceedingly, that it will not be numbered for multitude. Then the angel of YHWH said to her, Behold, you are with child, and will bear a son, and will call his name Yeshama'al. All will hear, for YHWH has heard your affliction. But he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand will be against him. And he will dwell in the presence of all his brethren. Thus she called the name of he who exists, who spoke to her, Ata al-Ra'i, you all see me. For she said, Here also I have seen the backside of him who sees me. Upon this, the well was called Be'er Lachi Rai. Behold, it is between Kudesh and Bered. Thus Hagar bore Abram a son, and Abram called the name of his son, whom Hagar bore, Yeshama'al. And Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Yeshama'al unto Abram.
Chapter 17.
And when Abram was 99 years old, YHWH appeared unto Abram and said to him, I am Al Shaddai, Almighty. Walk before me and be perfect. And I will make my covenant between you and I will multiply you exceedingly. Therefore Abram fell upon his face, and Elohim talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with you, and you will be a father of many nations. Also, your name will no longer be called Abram, father is exalted, but your name will be Abraham, their father is exalted. For I will make you a father of many nations, and I will make you exceedingly fruitful, and I will make nations of you. Thus kings will come out of you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you, and your seed after you, in their generations, for an everlasting covenant, to be an Elohim unto you and unto your seed after you. And I will give to you and your seed after you the land of your journey, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their Elohim. Then Elohim said to Abraham, Therefore you will keep my covenant, you and your seed after you, in their generations. This is my covenant, which you will keep between me and you, and your seed after you. Every male child among you will be circumcised. Thus you will circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it will be a sign of the covenant between me and you. Therefore, an 8-day-old child will be circumcised among you, every male in your generations. He who is born in the house, or bought with money of any foreigner who is not of your seed. He who is born in your house, and he who is bought with your money, must be circumcised. And my covenant will be in your flesh, for an everlasting covenant. Thus the uncircumcised male child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul will be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. Then Elohim said to Abraham, As for Sarai, your wife, you will not call her name Sarai, my princess, but Sarah, noble woman, will be her name. And I will bless her also, giving you a son by her. Yes, I will bless her, and she will be a mother of nations. Kings of peoples will be from her. Therefore Abram fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart, Will a child be born unto him, whom is 100 years old? And will Sarah bear, whom is 90 years old? Then Abraham said to Elohim, Oh, that Yeshama'al might live before you. And Elohim said, Truly, Sarah your wife will bear you a son, and you will call his name Yitzhak. He laughs, and I will establish my covenant with him, for an everlasting covenant with his seed after him. And as for Yeshama'al, I have heard you. Behold, I will endow him, and I will make him fruitful, and I will multiply him exceedingly. He will beget 12 nations. Thus I will make him a great nation. But I will establish my covenant with Yitzhak, whom Sarah will bear unto you at this set time in the next year. Then he left off talking with him, and Elohim went up from Abraham. Therefore Abraham took Yishmael his son, and all who were born in his house, and all who were bought with his money, every male among the men of the house of Abraham, and he circumcised the flesh of their foreskins in that selfsame day, as Elohim had said to him. And Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Yeshamael his son was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. In that selfsame day, Abraham and Yeshamael his son were circumcised. And all the men of his house, born in the house and bought with money of a foreigner, were circumcised with him.
Chapter 18.
And Yahuwah appeared to him in the plain of Mamre, and he sat at the tent door because of the heat of the day. Then he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 mortals stood near him. And when he saw, he ran to meet them from the tent door. Then he bowed himself towards the ground, and he said, Adonai, now if I have found favor in your sight, pass not away from your servant, I pray you. Allow a little water to be fetched, I pray you, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. Also, I will fetch a morsel of bread. Therefore, comfort your hearts, after which you will pass on. Thus you will have come to your servant. And they said, Do thusly as you spoke. Then Abraham hastened into the tent unto Sarah and said, Quick, make ready 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth. Furthermore, Abraham ran to the herd. Then he fetched a good and tender calf. Also, he gave it to a young man, and he hastened to prepare it. Therefore he took butter and milk and the calf, which he had prepared, and set it before them. Then he stood by them under a tree, and they ate. Then they asked him, Where is Sarah, your wife? And he answered, Behold, in the tent. And he said, I will certainly return to you according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah, your wife, will have a son. However, Sarah heard it in the tent door, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, well stricken in age. The manner of woman ceased to be with Sarah. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, After I am old, will I have pleasure? My Lord being old also? Then Yahuwah asked Abraham, Why did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I truly bear a child when I am old? Is anything too hard for Yahuwah? At the appointed time I will return to you, according to the time of life, and Sarah will have a son. However, Sarah denied, saying, I did not laugh, because she was afraid. Then he said, No, but you did laugh. Then the mortals arose from there and looked towards Sodom. And Abraham went with them to bring them on their way. And YHWH inquired, Should I hide from Abraham that which I am doing? For surely Abraham will become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth will be endowed by him. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they will keep the way of YHWH, to do justice and judgment, that YHWH may bring upon Abraham that which he has spoken of him. Therefore YHWH said, Because the cry of Sodom and Amorah is great, and because their sin is very grievous. Now I will go down and see whether they have done according to all that has been out of it, which has come to me, and if not, I will know. Then the mortals turned their faces from there, and went toward Sodom. Still yet Abraham stood before YHWH. Therefore Abraham drew near and asked, Will you also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Perhaps there are 50 righteous in the city. Will you also destroy and not spare the place for the 50 righteous who are in it? That be far from you to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous will be as the wicked? That be far from you. Will not the judge of the whole earth do right? And YHWH answered, If I find 50 righteous in Sodom, within the city, then I will spare all the place for their sake. So Abraham answered and said, Behold now, I have taken upon myself to speak to Adonai, which I am but dust and ashes. Perhaps the 50 righteous lack 5. Will you destroy all the city because of 5? Then he replied, If I find 45 there, I will not destroy it. And he spoke to him yet again and said, Perhaps there will be 40 found there. Then he replied, I will not do it for the sake of 40. And he said, Oh, let not Adonai be angry, and I will speak. Perhaps there will be 30 found there. Then he replied, I will not do it if I find 30 there. And he said, Behold now, I have taken it upon myself to speak to Adonai. Perhaps there will be 20 found there. Then he replied, I will not destroy it for the sake of 20. And he said, Oh, let not Adonai be angry, and I will speak but this once. Perhaps 10 will be found there. Then he replied, I will not destroy it for the sake of 10. Thus YHWH left as soon as he had finished communing with Abraham, and Abraham returned to his place.
Chapter 19.
And the 2 angels came to Sodom in the evening, and Luth sat in the gate of Sodom. Then Luth saw them, and he arose to meet them, and he bowed his face towards the ground. Then he said, My lords, behold now, turn towards the house of your servant, I pray you, and tarry all night, and wash your feet. Then you will rise up early and go on your way. But they said, No, for we will abide in the street all night. However, he pressed upon them greatly. Therefore they turned towards him and entered into his house. Then he made them a feast and baked unleavened bread. So they ate. But before they laid down, the mortals of the city, the mortals of Sodom, encompassed around the house, both young and old, all the people from every quarter. Then they called to Luth and asked of him, Where are the mortals who came to you this night? Bring them out to us, that we may know them. So Luth went out at the door towards them, and the door was shut behind him. Then he said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold now, I have 2 daughters who have not known a man. I pray you, allow me to bring them out to you, and do to them as is good in your eyes. Only do not speak to these mortals, for they came under the shadow of my roof. But they said, Stand back. Then they said again, Has this one come to sojourn? And will he be a judge? Now we will deal worse with you than with them. Then they pressed sorely upon the man, Luth, and they came near to breaking the door. But the mortals put forth their hands, and pulled Luth towards them into the house, and the door was shut. Then they struck the mortals who were at the door of the house with blindness, both great and small, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the mortals asked Luth, Who else do you have here? Bring them out of this place, sons-in-law, and your sons, and your daughters, and whoever you have in the city. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them has waxed great before the face of he who exists, and he who exists has sent us to destroy it. Therefore Luth went out and spoke to his sons-in-law, who married his daughters, and said, Get up, get out of this place, for he who exists will destroy this city. But he seemed like a mocker to his sons-in-law. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Luth, saying, Arise, take your wife and your 2 daughters, who are here, lest you are consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hand of his 2 daughters, by the mercy of YHWH towards him. Then they brought him forth, and set him outside the city. And it came to pass, when he brought them out abroad, then he said, Escape for your life. Look not behind you, nor remain in the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest you are consumed. And Luth said to them, Oh, not so, Adonai. Behold now, your servant has found grace in your sight, and you have magnified your mercy, which you have shown to me in saving my life. But I cannot escape to the mountain, lest some evil overtake me, and I die. Behold now, there is a city near to flee to, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape there. Is it not a little one? And my soul will live. Thus he replied to him, Behold, I have carried your presents. Also concerning this word, I will not destroy the city of which you have spoken. Hasten yourself, escape there, for I am not able to do anything until you arrive there. Thus the name of the city was called Zoar, small. The sun was risen upon the earth when Luth entered into Zoar. Then YHWH rained upon Sodom and Amorah, fire and brimstone, from YHWH from out of the heavens. And he overthrew those cities, and all the plain, and all the inhabitants of the cities, and those who grew upon the Adamah. However, his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. Furthermore, Abraham got up early in the morning to the place where he stood before YHWH, and he looked towards Sodom and Amorah, and towards all the land of the plain. And he saw and beheld the smoke of the country, going up like the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass, when Elohim destroyed the cities of the plain, that Elohim remembered Abraham. Thus he sent Luth out of the midst of the overthrow. when he overthrew the cities in which Luth dwelt. Then Luth went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountain, and his 2 daughters were with him, for he feared to dwell in Zoar. Thus he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. Therefore the firstborn said to the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drunk with wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve the seed of our father. Therefore they made their father drunk with wine that night. And the firstborn went in and laid with her father. However, he did not perceive when she laid down, nor when she arose. And it came to pass on the morrow that the firstborn said to the younger, Behold, last night I laid with my father. Let us make him drunk with wine this night also. Then you go in and lie with him, that we may preserve the seed of our father. Therefore they made their father drunk with wine that night also. And the younger arose and laid with him. But he did not perceive when she laid down, nor when she arose. Thus both of the daughters of Luth were with child by their father. And the firstborn bore a son, and called his name Moab, from his father. The same is the father of Moab to this day. And the younger also she bore a son, and she called his name Ben-Ammi, son of my people. The same is the father of the children of Ammon to this day.
Chapter 20.
And Abraham journeyed from there towards the southern territory, and dwelled between Kadesh and Shur. Then he sojourned in Gerar. Therefore Abraham said of Sarah his wife, She is my sister. Then Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. Therefore Elohim came to Abimelech in a dream by night, and said to him, Behold, you are a dead man, because of the woman who you have taken, for she is a man's wife. But Abimelech had not come near her, and he asked, Adonai, will you slay a righteous nation also? Didn't he say to me, She is my sister? And she, even she herself said, He is my brother. With the integrity of my heart and the innocence of my hands, I have done this. Then Elohim said to him in a dream, Yes, I know that you did this in the integrity of your heart, for I also withheld you from sinning against me. Therefore I did not suffer you to touch her. Now restore the man's wife, for he is a prophet, and he will pray for you, and you will live. But if you don't restore, know that you will surely die, you and all who are yours. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and he told all these things in their ears. And the men were very afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham and asked of him, What have you done to us? And how have I offended you, that you have brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? You have done deeds to me that ought not be done. Then Abimelech asked of Abraham, What say you, that you have done this thing? Therefore Abraham answered, Because I thought, Surely the fear of Elohim is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. Moreover, indeed, she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother, and she became my wife. And it came to pass when Elohim caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said to her, This is your kindness, which you will show to me. At every place that we go, say of me, He is my brother." Then Abimelech took sheep and oxen and men servants and maidservants and gave them to Abraham, and he restored Sharah his wife unto him. Also Abimelech said, "Behold, my land is before you. Dwell where it pleases you." Furthermore he said to Sharah, "Behold, I have given your brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Indeed, he is an eye covering for you, from all who are with you and all others." Thus she was reproved. Then Abraham prayed to Elohim. Therefore Elohim healed Abimelech and his wife and his maidservants. Thus they bore children, for surely YHWH had closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech, because of Sharah, the wife of Abraham. Choreb Beruach, Sword of the Spirit. Interpreted and narrated by Wendy. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 21. And YHWH visited Sharah, as he had said. Then YHWH did to Sharah as he had promised. For Sharah conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the appointed time of which Elohim had spoken to him. Also Abraham called his son's name, whom was born to him, whom Sharah bore to him, Yitzhak. Then, being 8 days old, Abraham circumcised his son Yitzhak, as Elohim had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Yitzhak was born unto him. And Sharah said, "Elohim has made me to laugh. All who hear will laugh with me." Then she said, "Who would have said unto Abraham that Sharah would nurse children? For I have birthed a son in his old age." And the child grew and was weaned. Therefore Abraham made a great feast the day that Yitzhak was weaned. And Sharah saw the son of Hagar, the Mitzrite, who had birthed unto Abraham, mocking. Therefore she said to Abraham, "Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman will not be heir with my son, with Yitzhak." However, the thing was very grievous in the sight of Abraham because of his son. But Elohim said to Abraham, "Let it not be grievous in your sight because of the lad and because of your bondwoman. In all that Sharah has said unto you, hearken to her voice. For in Yitzhak your seed will be declared. Also I will make a nation of the bondwoman's son, because he is your seed." Therefore Abraham rose up early in the morning, and he took bread and a skin of water, and gave it to Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, and the lad. Then he sent her away. Thus she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Be'er Sheba. Then the water was spent in the skin, and she cast the lad under one of the shrubs. Moreover, she went and sat down over opposite him, a good way off, as it were a bowshot. For she said, "Let me not see the death of the lad." Then she sat over opposite, and lifted up her voice, and wept. Therefore Elohim heard the voice of the lad, and the angel of Elohim called to Hagar out of the heavens, and asked her, What ails you, Hagar? Fear not, for Elohim has heard the voice of the lad, where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in your hand, for I will make him a great nation. Then Elohim opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. And she went and filled the skin with water. Then she gave the lad a drink. Furthermore, Elohim was with the lad, and he grew and dwelt in the wilderness, and he became an archer, and he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran. However, his mother took him a wife out from the land of Mitzrayim. Also at that time it came to pass that Abimelech and Pikul, the commander of his army, spoke to Abraham, saying, Elohim is with you in all that you do. Now therefore swear to me here by Elohim that you will not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son. According to the kindness that I have done to you, you will do to me, and to the land in which you have sojourned. And Abraham said, I will swear. Then Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water, which the servants of Abimelech had violently taken away. Therefore Abimelech said, I have no knowledge who has done this thing, had you not told me, nor have I heard until today. So Abraham took sheep and oxen. Then he gave them to Abimelech, and both of them made a covenant. And Abraham placed 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. Therefore Abimelech said to Abraham, What are these 7 ewe lambs that you have set by themselves? And he said, For the 7 ewe lambs you will take from my hand, in accordance of being a witness for me, that I have dug this well. Thus he called the place Be'er-sheba, well of the oath, because both of them swore there. And they made a covenant at Be'er-sheba. Then Abimelech and Pikul, the commander of his army, arose, and they returned to the land of the Pelishtim. Furthermore, he planted a tamarisk tree in Be'er-sheba, and there he called upon the name of he who exists, the everlasting all. Thus Abraham sojourned in the land of Pelishtim many days. Choreb Beruach, Sword of the Spirit. Interpreted and narrated by Wendy. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 22. And it came to pass after these things that Elohim tested Abraham, and he said to him, Abraham. Therefore he replied, Behold, here I am. Then he said, Now take your son, your darling Yitzhak, whom you love, then go into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for an ascension offering upon one of the mountains, which will be told to you. Thus Abraham rose up early in the morning and saddled his ass. Then he took 2 of his young men with him and Yitzhak his son. Also he split the wood for the ascension offering. Then he rose up and went to the place that Elohim told him. Furthermore, on the 3rd day, Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place from afar. And Abraham said to his young men, You abide here with the ass, and the young man and I will go yonder, and we will worship. Then we will return to you. Therefore Abraham took the wood of the ascension offering and laid it upon YHWH his son. Then he took the fire and the knife in his hand, and both of them went together. Then YHWH spoke to Abraham, his father, and said, "My father." Therefore he replied, "Here I am, my son." And he said, "Behold, the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb of the ascension offering?" Then Abraham answered, "My son, Elohim will provide himself a lamb for the ascension offering." Thus both of them went together. Then they came to the place which Elohim told him, and Abraham built an altar there, and he laid the wood in order. Then he bound YHWH his son, and laid him upon the altar, upon the wood. Then Abraham stretched forth his hand, and he took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of Yahweh called unto him out of the heavens, and said, "Abraham, Abraham." And he replied, "Here I am." Then he said, "Do not lay your hand upon the young man, nor do anything to him. For now I know that you revere Elohim, and have not withheld your son, your darling, from me." Then Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, a lamb was behind, caught in a thicket by his horns. Thus Abraham went and took the ram, and offered him up for an ascension offering, instead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place YHWH. Yahweh is revered, which he spoke that day in Mount YHWH. Then the angel of Yahweh called to Abraham out of the heavens a second time, and he said, "By myself I swear, saith he who exists, because you have done this word, and have not withheld your son, your darling, surely I will endow you, and surely I will multiply your seed as the stars of the heavens, and as the sand which is upon the seashore. And your seed will possess the gate of his enemies. Also, through your seed you will endow all the nations of the earth, because you have obeyed my voice." Then Abraham returned to his young men. Therefore they rose up and went together to Beersheba, and Abraham dwelt at Beersheba. And it came to pass after these things that it was told to Abraham, saying, "Behold, Milcah, she has birthed children unto your brother Nahor also, his firstborn Autz, and Buz his brother, and Chemuel, the father of Aram, and Kesed, and Chazu, and Pildash, and Yidlap, and Betuel. Furthermore, Betuel begot Ribkah. Milcah birthed these 8 unto Nahor, Abraham's brother. And his concubine, whose name was Reumah, she birthed also Theba, and Gaham, and Tahash, and Maacah. Choreb Beruach, Sword of the Spirit. Interpreted and narrated by Wendy. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 23. And Sarah was 127 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. Thus Sarah died in Kiryat Arba. The same is Hebron in the land of Canaan. Also, Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. Then Abraham stood up from before his dead and spoke to the sons of Het, saying, I am an immigrant and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burial place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. Therefore the children of Het answered Abraham, saying to him, Hear us, my lord. You are a mighty ruler among us. In the choice of our sepulchres, bury your dead. None of us will withhold his sepulchre from you, but that you may bury your dead. Then Abraham stood up and bowed himself unto the people of the land, unto the children of Het. And he communed with them, saying, If it is your mind that I bury my dead out of my sight, hear me and entreat for me unto Abrun, the son of Zachar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he has, which is in the end of his field. In its full price may he give it to me for a possession of a burial place amongst you. Furthermore, Abrun dwelt among the children of Het. Thus Abrun the Hittite answered Abraham in the presence of the children of Het, of all who went in at the gate of his city, saying, No, my lord, hear me. The field, I give it to you, and the cave that is in it, I give it to you. In the presence of all the sons of my people, I give it to you. Bury your dead. Therefore Abraham bowed himself down before the people of the land. Then he spoke to Abrun in the audience of the people of the land, saying, But if you will hear me, I pray you, I will give you money for the field. Take it from me. Then I will bury my dead there. So Abrun answered Abraham, saying to him, My lord, hearken to me. The land is 400 shekels of silver. What is that between you and I? Therefore, bury your dead. Thus Abraham hearkened to Abrun, and Abraham weighed silver unto Abrun, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Het. 400 shekels of silver was exchanged in the trade. Therefore the field of Abrun, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field, and the cave that was in it, and all the trees that were in the field, which were in all the borders round about, were made sure unto Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Het, before all who went in at the gate of his city. And after this Abraham buried Sarah, his wife, in the cave of the fields of Machpelah, before Mamre. The same is Hebron in the land of Canaan. Thus the field and the cave that is in it were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burial place by the sons of Het. Choreb Beruach, Sword of the Spirit. Interpreted and narrated by Wendy. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 24. And Abraham was old, well stricken in age, and Yahweh endowed Abraham in all things. Therefore Abraham said to the oldest servant of his house, who ruled over all that he had, Put, I pray you, your hand under my thigh, and I will make you swear by he who exists, the Elohim of the heavens and the Elohim of the earth, that you will not take a wife for my son of the daughters of the Canaani, among whom I dwell. But you will go to my country and to my kindred, and take a wife for my son YHWH. However, the servant said to him, Perhaps the woman will not be willing to follow me to this land. Then should I return your son to the land from where you came? Therefore Abraham said to him, Be careful not to return my son there. He who exists, Elohim of the heavens, who took me from my father's house, and from the land of my kindred, and who spoke and swore to me, saying, Unto your seed I will give this land. He will send his angel before you, and you will take a wife unto my son from there. But if the woman is not willing to follow you, then you will be clear from my oath. Only do not return my son there. Therefore the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham, his master, and swore to him concerning that matter. Moreover, the servant took 10 of his master's camels and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. Then he arose and went to Aram of the Nachorim, to the city of Nahor. Also he made the camels kneel down outside the city by a well of water during evening time, the time when women go out to draw water. And he said, O he who exists, Elohim of my master, Abraham, I pray you, send me good speed this day, and show kindness to my master, Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. Therefore, let it come to pass that the damsel to whom I say, Let down your pitcher, I pray you, that I may drink. And she say, Drink, and I will give your camels drink also. May she be who you have appointed for your servant YHWH, and by this I will know that you have shown kindness to my master. And it came to pass, before he was done speaking, behold, Ribkah came out, who was born of Betuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. And the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin. No man had known her. And she went down to the well, and filled her pitcher, and came up. Then the servant ran to meet her, and said, Let me, I pray you, drink a little water from your pitcher. And she said, Drink, my lord. Therefore she hastened, and let down her pitcher upon her hand, and she gave him drink. Then, when she was done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for your camels also, until they are done drinking. Therefore she hastened and emptied her pitcher into the trough. Then she ran again to the well to draw water, and she drew for all his camels. And the man wondered at her in silence, to know whether Yahuwah had made his journey prosperous or not. And it came to pass, as the camels were done drinking, then the man took a golden ring of 1/2 shekel weight, and 2 bracelets of 10 shekels weight in gold for her hands. Then he asked, Whose daughter are you? Tell me, I pray you, is there room in your father's house for us to lodge? And she answered him, I am the daughter of Betuel, the son of Milcah, who she bore to Nahor. Moreover, she said to him, We have both straw and enough provender, and room to lodge. Then the man bowed down his head and worshipped Yahuwah. And he said, Benevolent is he who exists, Elohim of my master Abraham, who has not left my master destitute of his mercy and his truth. I being in the way, he who exists has led me to the house of my master's brethren." Then the damsel ran and told her mother's house these things. And Ribkah had a brother, and his name was Laban. Therefore Laban ran out to the man towards the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the ring and bracelets upon his sister's hands, and when he heard the words of Ribkah, his sister, saying, "Thus spoke the man to me," then he came to the man. And behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, "Come in, you endowed of he who exists. Why do you stand outside? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels." So the man came into the house. Then he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet who were with him. And there was set before him to eat. But he said, "I will not eat until I have told my errand." And he replied, "Speak on." Therefore he said, "I am Abraham's servant, and he who exists has endowed my master greatly, and he has become great. Therefore he has given him flocks and herds and silver and gold, and men servants and maid servants, and camels and asses. Also Sarah, my master's wife, birthed a son unto my master when she was old, and unto him he has given everything. And my master made me swear, saying, You will not take a wife unto my son from the daughters of the Canaani, in whose land I dwell, but you will go to my father's house and to my kindred, and take a wife for my son." However, I said to my master, "Perhaps the woman will not follow me." And he said to me, "He who exists, before whom I walk, will send his angel with you, and prosper your way. And you will take a wife for my son, of my kindred, and of my father's house. Then you will be clear from my oath, when you come to my kindred. Also, if they will not give unto you, you will be clear from my oath." Therefore I came this day to the well, and said, "O he who exists, Elohim of my master Abraham, if now you do prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water, and it will come to pass that when the virgin comes forth to draw water, then I will say to her, Give me, I pray you, a little water from your pitcher to drink. Moreover, she will say to me, Both you drink, and I will draw for your camels also. Let the same be the woman whom he who exists has instructed for my master's son." And before I was done speaking in my heart, behold, Ribkah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder. Moreover, she went down to the well and drew water. Then I said to her, Let me drink, I pray you. Therefore she made haste, and let down her pitcher from her shoulder. Then she said, Drink, and I will give your camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. Then I asked her and said, Whose daughter are you? And she answered, The daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bore unto him. So I put the ring upon her nose, and the bracelets upon her hands. Then I bowed down my head and worshipped he who exists. And I praised he who exists, Elohim of my master Abraham, who had led me in the right way, to take my master's brother's daughter to his son. Now, if you deal kindly and truly to my master, tell me. And if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, "The thing proceeds from he who exists. We cannot speak good or bad. Behold, Ribkah is before you. Take and go, and let her be your master's son's wife, as he who exists has spoken." And it came to pass when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped YHWH, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and clothes, and gave them to Ribkah. Also he gave precious things to her brother and to her mother. So they ate and drank, he and the men who were with him. Thus they tarried all night. Then he rose up in the morning and said, "Send me away to my master." However, her brother and her mother said, "Let the damsel abide with us a few days, at least 10. After that she may go." However, he said to them, "Hinder me not, seeing that he who exists has prospered my way. Send me away, that I may go to my master." And they said, "We will call the damsel and inquire at her mouth." So they called Ribkah and asked her, "Will you go with this man?" And she said, "I will go." Therefore they sent away Ribkah their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. Also they endowed Ribkah and said to her, "You are our sister. May you be the mother of thousands of millions, and let your seed possess the gate of those who hate them." Then Ribkah and her damsels arose, and they rode upon camels, and followed the man. Then the servant took Ribkah and went his way. Furthermore, YHWH came from the way of Be'er Lachirai, for he dwelt in the southern territory. And YHWH went out to meditate in the field during the evening. And he lifted up his eyes. Then he looked and beheld the camels coming. Also Ribkah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw YHWH, she lighted off the camel. For she asked the servant, "Who is this man walking in the field to meet us?" And the servant answered, "It is my master." Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. Then the servant told YHWH all the things that he had done. Therefore YHWH brought her into the tent of his mother, Sarah, and took Ribkah, and she became his wife, and he loved her. Thus YHWH was consoled after his mother. Choreb Beruach, Sword of the Spirit. Interpreted and narrated by Wendy. Bereshit, Genesis, chapter 25. And again Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah. And she birthed unto him Zimran, and Yakshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Yishbak, and Shuach. Then Yakshan begot Sheba and Dedan. And the sons of Dedan became the Ashurim, and Letushim, and Leamim. And the sons of Midian were Aiba, and Oper, and Chanuk, and Aldao. All of these were the sons of Keturah. However, Abraham gave all that he had to YHWH. But to the sons of the concubines who Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts and sent them away from YHWH his son, while he still lived, eastward to the east country. And these are the days of the years of Abraham, which he lived, 175 years. Then Abraham perished and died at a good old age, an old man full of years. Thus he was gathered to his people. Therefore his sons YHWH and Yishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Abrun, the son of Zachar, the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased from the sons of Het. There Abraham and Sarah, his wife, were buried. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham that Elohim endowed YHWH his son. And YHWH dwelt by Be'er Lachi Rai. Now these are the generations of Abraham's son Yishmael, whom Hagar the Mitrite, Sarah's handmaid, birthed unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Yishmael, by their names, according to their generations. The firstborn of Yishmael was Nebayut, then Kedar, and Adbaal, and Mibsham, and Mishma, and Duma, and Masha, Kedar, and Tima, Yethor, Nabish, and Kedema. These are the sons of Yishmael, and these are their names by their towns and by their castles, 12 rulers unto their nations. And these are the years of the life of Yishmael, 137 years. Then he perished and died. Thus he was gathered to his people. And they dwelt in Chehuilah to Shur, which is before Mitzrayim, as you go towards Ashura. He died in the presence of all his brethren. Also, these are the generations of Abraham's son YHWH. Abraham begot Yitzhak. And Yitzhak was 40 years old when he took Rivka to wife, the daughter of Betuel the Arami of Padan Aram, the sister of Laban the Arami. And Yitzhak entreated Yehuah for his wife, because she was barren, and Yehuah was entreated by him. Thus Rivka, his wife, conceived. However, the children struggled together within her, and she asked, "If it is to be, why am I thus?" And she went to inquire of Yehuah. And Yehuah answered her, "2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples will be separated from your bowels. And 1 people will be stronger than the other people, and the elder will serve the younger." And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red all over, like a hairy garment. Therefore they called his name Ashavu, hairy. And after that his brother came out, and his hand took hold onto Ashawu's heel, and his name was called Yakub, supplanter. And Yitzhak was 60 years old when she birthed them. Furthermore, the lads grew, and Ashawu was a skilled hunter, a man of the field, and Yakub was a plain man, dwelling in tents. And Yitzhak loved Ashawu, because he ate of the game meat, but Rivka loved Yakub. And Yakub cooked stew. Then Ashawu came from the field, and he was faint. Therefore Ashawu said to Yakub, "I pray you, feed me that same red stew, for I am faint." Thus his name was called Adum, red. However, Yakub said, "Sell me this day your birthright." And Ashawu said, "Behold, I am at the point of death, and what profit will this birthright do for me?" Then Yakub said, "Swear to me this day." So he swore to him. Thus he sold his birthright to Yakub. Then Jacob gave Esau bread and lentil stew, and he ate and drank. Then he rose up and went his way. Therefore Esau despised his birthright.
Chapter 21.
And Yehuah visited Sharah, as he had said. Then Yehuah did to Sharah as he had promised. For Sharah conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age, at the appointed time of which Elohim had spoken to him. Also Abraham called his son's name, whom was born to him, whom Sharah bore to him, Yitzhak. Then, being 8 days old, Abraham circumcised his son Yitzhak, as Elohim had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Yitzhak was born unto him. And Sharah said, Elohim has made me to laugh. All who hear will laugh with me. Then she said, Who would have said unto Abraham that Sharah would nurse children? For I have birthed a son in his old age. And the child grew and was weaned. Therefore Abraham made a great feast the day that Yitzhak was weaned. And Sharah saw the son of Hagar, the Mitzrite, who had birthed unto Abraham, mocking. Therefore she said to Abraham, Cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman will not be heir with my son, with Yitzhak. However, the thing was very grievous in the sight of Abraham, because of his son. But Elohim said to Abraham, Let it not be grievous in your sight, because of the lad, and because of your bondwoman. In all that Sharah has said unto you, hearken to her voice. For in Yitzhak your seed will be declared. Also I will make a nation of the bondwoman's son, because he is your seed. Therefore Abraham rose up early in the morning, and he took bread, and a skin of water, and gave it to Hagar, putting it on her shoulder, and the lad. Then he sent her away. Thus she departed, and wandered in the wilderness of Beer-sheba. Then the water was spent in the skin, and she cast the lad under one of the shrubs. Moreover, she went and sat down over opposite him, a good way off, as it were a bowshot. For she said, Let me not see the death of the lad. Then she sat over opposite, and lifted up her voice, and wept. Therefore Elohim heard the voice of the lad, and the angel of Elohim called to Hagar out of the heavens, and asked her, What ails you, Hagar? Fear not, for Elohim has heard the voice of the lad, where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in your hand, for I will make him a great nation. Then Elohim opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water. And she went and filled the skin with water. Then she gave the lad a drink. Furthermore, Elohim was with the lad, and he grew and dwelt in the wilderness, and he became an archer, and he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran. However, his mother took him a wife out from the land of Mitzrayim. Also at that time it came to pass that Abimelech and Pikul, the commander of his army, spoke to Abraham, saying, Elohim is with you in all that you do. Now therefore swear to me here by Elohim that you will not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son. According to the kindness that I have done to you, you will do to me, and to the land in which you have sojourned. And Abraham said, I will swear. Then Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water, which the servants of Abimelech had violently taken away. Therefore Abimelech said, I have no knowledge who has done this thing, had you not told me, nor have I heard until today. So Abraham took sheep and oxen. Then he gave them to Abimelech, and both of them made a covenant. And Abraham placed 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. Therefore Abimelech said to Abraham, What are these 7 ewe lambs that you have set by themselves? And he said, For the 7 ewe lambs you will take from my hand, in accordance of being a witness for me, that I have dug this well. Thus he called the place Be'er-sheba, well of the oath, because both of them swore there. And they made a covenant at Be'er-sheba. Then Abimelech and Pikul, the commander of his army, arose, and they returned to the land of the Pelishtim. Furthermore, he planted a tamarisk tree in Be'er-sheba, and there he called upon the name of he who exists, the everlasting all. Thus Abraham sojourned in the land of Pelishtim many days.
Chapter 22.
And it came to pass after these things that Elohim tested Abraham, and he said to him, Abraham. Therefore he replied, Behold, here I am. Then he said, Now take your son, your darling Yitzhak, whom you love, then go into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for an ascension offering upon one of the mountains, which will be told to you. Thus Abraham rose up early in the morning and saddled his ass. Then he took 2 of his young men with him and Yitzhak his son. Also he split the wood for the ascension offering. Then he rose up and went to the place that Elohim told him. Furthermore, on the 3rd day, Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place from afar. And Abraham said to his young men, You abide here with the ass, and the young man and I will go yonder, and we will worship. Then we will return to you. Therefore Abraham took the wood of the ascension offering and laid it upon Yitzhak his son. Then he took the fire and the knife in his hand, and both of them went together. Then Yitzhak spoke to Abraham, his father, and said, My father. Therefore he replied, Here I am, my son. And he said, Behold, the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb of the ascension offering? Then Abraham answered, My son, Elohim will provide himself a lamb for the ascension offering. Thus both of them went together. Then they came to the place which Elohim told him, and Abraham built an altar there, and he laid the wood in order. Then he bound Yitzhak his son, and laid him upon the altar, upon the wood. Then Abraham stretched forth his hand, and he took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of YHWH called unto him out of the heavens, and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he replied, Here I am. Then he said, Do not lay your hand upon the young man, nor do anything to him. For now I know that you revere Elohim, and have not withheld your son, your darling, from me. Then Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, a lamb was behind, caught in a thicket by his horns. Thus Abraham went and took the ram, and offered him up for an ascension offering, instead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place YHWH. YHWH is revered, which he spoke that day in Mount YHWH. Then the angel of YHWH called to Abraham out of the heavens a second time, and he said, By myself I swear, saith he who exists. Because you have done this word, and have not withheld your son, your darling, surely I will endow you, and surely I will multiply your seed as the stars of the heavens, and as the sand, which is upon the seashore. And your seed will possess the gate of his enemies. Also, through your seed you will endow all the nations of the earth, because you have obeyed my voice. Then Abraham returned to his young men. Therefore they rose up and went together to Beer-sheba, and Abraham dwelt at Beer-sheba. And it came to pass after these things that it was told to Abraham, saying, Behold, Milcah, she has birthed children unto your brother Nahor also. His firstborn Autz, and Buz his brother, and Chemuel, the father of Aram, and Kesed, and Chazu, and Pildash, and Yidlap, and Betuel. Furthermore, Betuel begot Ribkah. Milcah birthed these 8 unto Nahor, Abraham's brother, and his concubine, whose name was Reumah, she birthed also Theba, and Gaham, and Tahash, and Maacah.
Chapter 23.
And Sharah was 127 years old. These were the years of the life of Sharah. Thus Sharah died in Kiryat Arba. The same is Hebron in the land of Canaan. Also Abraham came to mourn for Sharah and to weep for her. Then Abraham stood up from before his dead and spoke to the sons of Het, saying, I am an immigrant and a sojourner with you. Give me a possession of a burial place with you, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. Therefore the children of Het answered Abraham, saying to him, Hear us, my lord. You are a mighty ruler among us. In the choice of our sepulchres, bury your dead. None of us will withhold his sepulchre from you, but that you may bury your dead. Then Abraham stood up and bowed himself unto the people of the land, unto the children of Het. And he communed with them, saying, If it is your mind that I bury my dead out of my sight, hear me and entreat for me unto Abrun, the son of Zachar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he has, which is in the end of his field. In its full price may he give it to me for a possession of a burial place amongst you. Furthermore, Abrun dwelt among the children of Het. Thus Abrun the Hittite answered Abraham in the presence of the children of Het, of all who went in at the gate of his city, saying, No, my lord, hear me. The field, I give it to you, and the cave that is in it, I give it to you. In the presence of all the sons of my people, I give it to you. Bury your dead. Therefore Abraham bowed himself down before the people of the land. Then he spoke to Abrun in the audience of the people of the land, saying, But if you will hear me, I pray you, I will give you money for the field. Take it from me. Then I will bury my dead there. So Abrun answered Abraham, saying to him, My lord, hearken to me. The land is 400 shekels of silver. What is that between you and I? Therefore, bury your dead. Thus Abraham hearkened to Abrun, and Abraham weighed silver unto Abrun, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Het. 400 shekels of silver was exchanged in the trade. Therefore the field of Abrun, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field and the cave that was in it, and all the trees that were in the field, which were in all the borders round about, were made sure unto Abraham for a possession in the presence of the children of Het, before all who went in at the gate of his city. And after this Abraham buried Sarah, his wife, in the cave of the fields of Machpelah, before Mamre. The same is Hebron in the land of Canaan. Thus the field and the cave that is in it were made sure unto Abraham for a possession of a burial place by the sons of Het.
Chapter 24.
And Abraham was old, well stricken in age, and YHWH endowed Abraham in all things. Therefore Abraham said to the oldest servant of his house, who ruled over all that he had, Put, I pray you, your hand under my thigh, and I will make you swear by he who exists, the Elohim of the heavens and the Elohim of the earth, that you will not take a wife for my son of the daughters of the Canaani, among whom I dwell. But you will go to my country and to my kindred, and take a wife for my son YHWH. However, the servant said to him, Perhaps the woman will not be willing to follow me to this land. Then should I return your son to the land from where you came? Therefore Abraham said to him, Be careful not to return my son there. He who exists, Elohim of the heavens, who took me from my father's house, and from the land of my kindred, and who spoke and swore to me, saying, Unto your seed I will give this land. He will send his angel before you, and you will take a wife unto my son from there. But if the woman is not willing to follow you, then you will be clear from my oath. Only do not return my son there. Therefore the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham, his master, and swore to him concerning that matter. Moreover, the servant took 10 of his master's camels and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. Then he arose and went to Aram of the Nachorim, to the city of Nahor. Also he made the camels kneel down outside the city by a well of water during evening time, the time when women go out to draw water. And he said, O he who exists, Elohim of my master, Abraham, I pray you, send me good speed this day, and show kindness to my master, Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. Therefore, let it come to pass that the damsel to whom I say, Let down your pitcher, I pray you, that I may drink. And she say, Drink, and I will give your camels drink also. May she be who you have appointed for your servant YHWH, and by this I will know that you have shown kindness to my master. And it came to pass, before he was done speaking, behold, Ribkah came out, who was born of Betuel, son of Milcah, the wife of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. And the damsel was very fair to look upon, a virgin. No man had known her. And she went down to the well, and filled her pitcher, and came up. Then the servant ran to meet her, and said, Let me, I pray you, drink a little water from your pitcher. And she said, Drink, my lord. Therefore she hastened, and let down her pitcher upon her hand, and she gave him drink. Then, when she was done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for your camels also, until they are done drinking. Therefore she hastened and emptied her pitcher into the trough. Then she ran again to the well to draw water, and she drew for all his camels. And the man wondered at her in silence, to know whether YHWH had made his journey prosperous or not. And it came to pass, as the camels were done drinking, then the man took a golden ring of 1/2 shekel weight, and 2 bracelets of 10 shekels weight in gold for her hands. Then he asked, "Whose daughter are you? Tell me, I pray you, is there room in your father's house for us to lodge?" And she answered him, "I am the daughter of Betuel, the son of Milcah, who she bore to Nahor." Moreover, she said to him, "We have both straw and enough provender, and room to lodge." Then the man bowed down his head and worshipped YHWH. And he said, "Benevolent is he who exists, Elohim of my master Abraham, who has not left my master destitute of his mercy and his truth. I being in the way, he who exists has led me to the house of my master's brethren." Then the damsel ran and told her mother's house these things. And Ribkah had a brother, and his name was Laban. Therefore Laban ran out to the man towards the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the ring and bracelets upon his sister's hands, and when he heard the words of Ribkah, his sister, saying, "Thus spoke the man to me," then he came to the man. And behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, "Come in, you endowed of he who exists. Why do you stand outside? For I have prepared the house and room for the camels." So the man came into the house. Then he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet who were with him. And there was set before him to eat, but he said, "I will not eat until I have told my errand." And he replied, "Speak on." Therefore he said, "I am Abraham's servant, and he who exists has endowed my master greatly, and he has become great. Therefore he has given him flocks and herds and silver and gold, and men servants and maid servants, and camels and asses. Also Sarah, my master's wife, birthed a son unto my master when she was old, and unto him he has given everything. And my master made me swear, saying, You will not take a wife unto my son from the daughters of the Canaani, in whose land I dwell, but you will go to my father's house and to my kindred, and take a wife for my son." However, I said to my master, "Perhaps the woman will not follow me." And he said to me, "He who exists, before whom I walk, will send his angel with you, and prosper your way. And you will take a wife for my son, of my kindred, and of my father's house. Then you will be clear from my oath, when you come to my kindred. Also, if they will not give unto you, you will be clear from my oath." Therefore I came this day to the well, and said, "O he who exists, Elohim of my master Abraham, if now you do prosper my way which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water, and it will come to pass that when the virgin comes forth to draw water, then I will say to her, Give me, I pray you, a little water from your pitcher to drink. Moreover, she will say to me, Both you drink, and I will draw for your camels also. Let the same be the woman whom he who exists has instructed for my master's son." And before I was done speaking in my heart, behold, Ribkah came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder. Moreover, she went down to the well and drew water. Then I said to her, Let me drink, I pray you. Therefore she made haste and let down her pitcher from her shoulder. Then she said, Drink, and I will give your camels drink also. So I drank, and she made the camels drink also. Then I asked her and said, Whose daughter are you? And she answered, The daughter of Betuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bore unto him. So I put the ring upon her nose, and the bracelets upon her hands. Then I bowed down my head and worshipped he who exists, and I praised he who exists, Elohim of my master Abraham, who had led me in the right way, to take my master's brother's daughter to his son. Now, if you deal kindly and truly to my master, tell me. And if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right hand or to the left. Then Laban and Betuel answered and said, The thing proceeds from he who exists. We cannot speak good or bad. Behold, Ribkah is before you. Take and go, and let her be your master's son's wife, as he who exists has spoken. And it came to pass when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped YHWH, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver, and jewels of gold, and clothes, and gave them to Ribkah. Also he gave precious things to her brother and to her mother. So they ate and drank, he and the men who were with him. Thus they tarried all night. Then he rose up in the morning and said, Send me away to my master. However, her brother and her mother said, Let the damsel abide with us a few days, at least 10. After that she may go. However, he said to them, Hinder me not, seeing that he who exists has prospered my way. Send me away, that I may go to my master. And they said, We will call the damsel and inquire at her mouth. So they called Ribkah and asked her, Will you go with this man? And she said, I will go. Therefore they sent away Ribkah, their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. Also they endowed Ribkah and said to her, You are our sister. May you be the mother of thousands of millions, and let your seed possess the gate of those who hate them. Then Ribkah and her damsels arose, and they rode upon camels, and followed the man. Then the servant took Ribkah and went his way. Furthermore, YHWH came from the way of Be'er Lachirai, for he dwelt in the southern territory. And YHWH went out to meditate in the field during the evening. And he lifted up his eyes. Then he looked and beheld the camels coming. Also Ribkah lifted up her eyes, and when she saw YHWH, she lighted off the camel. For she asked the servant, Who is this man walking in the field to meet us? And the servant answered, It is my master. Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. Then the servant told YHWH all the things that he had done. Therefore YHWH brought her into the tent of his mother, Sarah, and took Ribkah, and she became his wife, and he loved her. Thus YHWH was consoled after his mother.
Chapter 25.
And again Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah. And she birthed unto him Zimran, and Yakshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Yishbak, and Shuach. Then Yakshan begot Sheba and Dedan. And the sons of Dedan became the Ashurim, and Letushim, and Leamim. And the sons of Midian were Aipa, and Oper, and Chanuk, and Aldao. All of these were the sons of Keturah. However, Abraham gave all that he had to Yitzhak. But to the sons of the concubines who Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts and sent them away from Yitzhak, his son, while he still lived, eastward to the east country. And these are the days of the years of Abraham, which he lived, 175 years. Then Abraham perished and died at a good old age, an old man full of years. Thus he was gathered to his people. Therefore his sons Yitzhak and Yishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Abrun, the son of Zachar, the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased from the sons of Het. There Abraham and Sarah, his wife, were buried. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham that Elohim endowed Yitzhak his son. And Yitzhak dwelt by Be'er Lachi Rai. Now these are the generations of Abraham's son Yishmael, whom Hagar the Mitzrite, Sarah's handmaid, birthed unto Abraham. And these are the names of the sons of Yishmael, by their names, according to their generations. The firstborn of Yishmael was Nebayut, then Kedar, and Adbaal, and Mibsham, and Mishma, and Duma, and Masha, Kedar, and Tima, Yethor, Nabish, and Kedema. These are the sons of Yishmael, and these are their names by their towns and by their castles, 12 rulers unto their nations. And these are the years of the life of Yishmael, 137 years. Then he perished and died. Thus he was gathered to his people. And they dwelt in Chehuilah to Shur, which is before Mitzrayim, as you go towards Ashura. He died in the presence of all his brethren. Also, these are the generations of Abraham's son Yitzhak. Abraham begot Yitzhak. And Yitzhak was 40 years old when he took Rivkah to wife, the daughter of Betuel the Arami of Padan Aram, the sister of Laban the Arami. And Yitzhak entreated Yehuah for his wife, because she was barren, and Yehuah was entreated by him. Thus Rivkah, his wife, conceived. However, the children struggled together within her, and she asked, "If it is to be, why am I thus?" And she went to inquire of Yehuah. And Yehuah answered her, "2 nations are in your womb, and 2 peoples will be separated from your bowels. And 1 people will be stronger than the other people, and the elder will serve the younger." And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red all over, like a hairy garment. Therefore they called his name Ashavu, hairy. And after that his brother came out, and his hand took hold onto Ashavu's heel, and his name was called Yakub, supplanter. And Yitzhak was 60 years old when she birthed them. Furthermore, the lads grew, and Ashavu was a skilled hunter, a man of the field, and Yakub was a plain man, dwelling in tents. And Yitzhak loved Ashavu, because he ate of the game meat, but Rivkah loved Yakub. And Yakub cooked stew. Then Ashavu came from the field, and he was faint. Therefore Ashavu said to Yakub, "I pray you, feed me that same red stew, for I am faint." Thus His name was called Adum, red. However, Jacob said, "Sell me this day your birthright." And YHWH said, "Behold, I am at the point of death, and what profit will this birthright do for me?" Then Jacob said, "Swear to me this day." So he swore to him. Thus he sold his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave YHWH bread and lentil stew, and he ate and drank. Then he rose up and went his way. Therefore YHWH despised his birthright.
Chapter 26.
And there was a famine in the land, besides the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And YHWH went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, toward Gerar. Then Yahweh appeared to him and said, "Do not go into Mitzrayim. Dwell in the land which I tell you. Sojourn in this land. Then I will be with you and endow you. For unto you and unto your seed I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I swore to Abraham, your father. And I will make your seed to multiply like the stars of the heavens, and I will give your seed all these countries. And with your seed all the nations of the earth will be endowed. For Abraham listened to my voice, and he kept from what I keep, from what I command, my customs and my teachings. Therefore YHWH dwelt in Gerar. Then the men of the place asked of his wife, and he said, "She is my sister," because he feared to say, "She is my wife," lest the men of the place kill me for Ribkah, because she was fair to look upon. And it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out his window. Then he saw and beheld YHWH was laughing with Ribkah, his wife. Therefore Abimelech called YHWH and said, "Behold, certainly she is your wife. And why did you say, 'She is my sister'?" Then YHWH said to him, "Because I said, 'Lest I die for her.'" Then Abimelech asked, "What is this you have done to us? One of the people might have casually laid with your wife, and you would have brought shame upon us." Moreover, Abimelech commanded all the people, saying, "Surely he who touches this man or his wife will be put to death." Furthermore, YHWH sowed in that land, and in the same year he reaped 100-fold. Thus Yahweh endowed him. Therefore the man was great, and he continued to progress and become greater, until he was very great. For he had possession of flocks and possession of herds, and a great many servants. Thus the Philistines envied him. For all the wells which his father's servants had dug during the days of Abraham, his father, the Philistines had stopped them and filled them with earth. Then Abimelech said to YHWH, "Go from us, for you are much mightier than us." Therefore YHWH departed there. Then he pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar, and dwelt there. And YHWH dug the wells of water again, which they had dug during the days of Abraham, his father. For the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham, and he called their names after the names by which his father had called them. Furthermore, YHWH's servants dug in the valley, and there they found a well of spring water. However, the herdsmen of Gerar did strive with the herdsmen of YHWH, saying, "The water is ours." So he called the name Be'er Ashek, because they strove with him. Then they dug another well, and strove for it also. Therefore he called the name of it Shithna. So he left from there and dug another well, and for it they did not strive. Thus he called the name of it Rahutbut, spacious. And he said, For now he who exists has made space for us, and we will be fruitful in the land. Then he went up from there to Be'er Sheba, and Yahweh appeared to him that same night, and said, I am the Elohim of Abraham your father. Fear not, for I am with you, and I will endow you, and multiply your seed for the sake of my servant Abraham. Then he built an altar there, and called upon the name of he who exists. And he pitched his tent there, and YHWH's servant dug a well there. Then Abimelech and Ahutzat, one of his friends, and Pikul, the commander of his army, went to him from Gerar. Therefore YHWH asked of them, Why did you come to me, seeing you hate me, and have sent me away from you? And they answered, We see that certainly he who exists is with you. So we said, Now let there be an oath between us, between you and us, and let us make a covenant with you, that you will do us no harm, like we have not touched you, and as we have done to you nothing but good, and have sent you away in peace, now you are the endowed of he who exists. So he made them a feast. Therefore they ate and drank. Then they arose in the morning, and swore one to another. Thus YHWH sent them away, and they departed in peace. And it came to pass during that day, then YHWH's servants came and told him about the well, which they had dug. And they said to him, We have found water. And he called it Sheba, oath. And the name of the city is Be'er Sheba to this day.
Chapter 27.
And Ashau was 40 years old when he took Yehudit, the daughter of Be'eri, the Hittite, and Bashemat, the daughter of Ailun, the Hittite, to wife. Moreover, they became a bitterness of spirit unto YHWH and unto Ribkah. And it came to pass that when YHWH was old, and his eyes were dim, so that he could not see, he called Ashau, his eldest son, and said to him, My son. And he replied to him, Behold, here I am. Then he said, Look now, I am old. I do not know the day of my death. Therefore I pray you, take your weapons, your quiver, and your bow, and go out to the field, and hunt game meat for me. Then make me savory food such as I love, and bring it to me, that I may eat, that my soul may endow you before I die. And Ribkah heard when YHWH spoke to Ashau, his son. Thus Ashau went to the field to hunt game meat to bring. Then Ribkah spoke to Jacob, her son, saying, Behold, I heard your father speak to Ashau, your brother, saying, Bring me game meat, and make me savory food, that I may eat and endow you in the presence of he who exists, before my death. Now, my son, obey my voice according to that which I command you. I pray you, go to the flock, and from there fetch me 2 good kids from the goats, and I will make them savory food unto your father, such as he loves. And you will bring it to your father, that he may eat, and that he may endow you before his death. But Jacob said to Ribkah his mother, Behold, Ashau, my brother, is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. My father might feel me. Then I will seem like a deceiver to him, and I will bring a curse upon myself, and not an endowment. Therefore his mother said to him, Your curse be upon me, my son. Only obey my voice, and go fetch for me. Therefore he went and fetched and brought to his mother, and his mother made savory food, such as his father loved. Then Ribkah, entrapper, took the clothes of Ashau, her eldest son, which were with her in the house, and put them upon Jacob, her younger son. Furthermore, the goatskins of the kids she put upon his hands and upon the smooth of his neck. And she gave the savory food and the bread, which she had prepared, into the hand of her son, Jacob. Then he came to his father and said, "My father." And he replied, "Here I am. Who are you, my son?" Therefore Jacob answered his father, "I am Ashau, your firstborn. I have done according as you bade me. Arise, I pray you, sit and eat of my game meat, that your soul may endow me." And YHWH asked his son, "How is it that you have found it so quickly, my son?" Then he answered, "Because he who exists, your Elohim, brought it to me." And YHWH said to Jacob, "Come near, I pray you, that I may fill you, my son, whether or not you are this son of mine, Ashau." So Jacob went near YHWH, his father. Then he felt him and said, "The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Ashau." Therefore he did not discern him, because his hands were hairy like Ashau, his brother's hands. Then he endowed him, and he asked, "Are you this son of mine, Ashau?" And he answered, "I am." Then he said, "Bring it near to me, and I will eat of my son's game meat, that my soul may endow you." And he brought it near to him, and he ate. Then he brought him wine, and he drank. Then his father YHWH said to him, "Now come near and kiss me, my son." So he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the scent of his clothes. Then he endowed him and said, "See, the smell of my son is like the smell of a field, which he who exists has endowed. Therefore Elohim will give you of the dew of the heavens, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of grain and wine. May people serve you, and nations bow down to you. Be a champion above your brethren, and may your mother's sons bow down to you. Cursed is he who curses you, and endowed is he who endows you." And it came to pass, as soon as YHWH had made an end of endowing Jacob, and Jacob was scarcely out of the presence of YHWH, his father, that Ashau, his brother, came in from his hunting. Also he made savory food and brought it to his father. Therefore he said to his father, "Let my father arise and eat of his son's game meat, that your soul may endow me." But YHWH his father asked of him, "Who are you?" And he answered, "I am your son, your firstborn, Ashau." Then YHWH trembled exceedingly, and he asked, "Who? Where is he who has taken game meat and brought it to me? And I have eaten all, and I have endowed him before you came. Yes, he will be endowed." And when Ashau heard the words of his father, he cried with a great and exceedingly bitter cry, and said to his father, "Endow me also, O my father." And he said, "Your brother came with trickery, and has taken away your endowment." Therefore he said, "Is he not rightly named Jacob? For he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and behold, now he has taken away my endowment." Then he asked, "Have you not reserved an endowment for me?" So YHWH answered and said to Ashau, "Behold, I have made him a champion unto you, and all his brethren I have given to him for servants. Also, with grain and wine I have sustained him. And now, what can I do for you, my son?" Then Ashau asked of his father, "Have you but one endowment, my father? Endow me also, O my father." Thus Ashau lifted up his voice and wept. Therefore YHWH his father answered and said to him, "Behold, your dwelling will be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of the heavens from above. And by your sword you will live, and your brother you will serve. But it will come to pass that you will wander and break his yoke from off your neck." Still yet, Ashau hated Jacob because of the endowment that his father endowed him. And Ashau said in his heart, "The days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then I will slay Jacob, my brother." Furthermore, the words of Ashau, her elder son, were told to Ribkah. Therefore she sent and called Jacob, her younger son. Then she said to him, "Behold, your brother Ashau consoles himself by intending to kill you. Now, my son, obey my voice and arise. Flee to Laban, my brother, in Haran, and tarry with him a few days, until the fury of your brother turns away, until your brother's anger turns away from you, and he forgets what you have done to him. Then I will send and fetch you from there. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day?" Furthermore, Ribkah said to YHWH, "I am weary of my life because of these daughters of Het. If Jacob takes a wife from the daughters of Het, such as these daughters from the land, what good will my life do me?" Therefore YHWH called Jacob and endowed him, and commanded him, and said to him, "You will not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, to your mother's father, and take yourself a wife from there, of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. And Al Shaddai endow you, and make you fruitful, and multiply you, that you may be a multitude of people, and give you the endowment of Abraham, to you and to your seed with you, that you may inherit the land of your journey, which Elohim gave to Abraham." Thus YHWH sent Jacob away, and he went to Padan Aram, unto Laban, son of Bethuel the Arami, the brother of Ribkah, the mother of Jacob and Ashau. Moreover, Ashau saw that YHWH had endowed Jacob, and sent him to Padan Aram to take a wife for himself from there. And he instructed him, saying, "You will not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan." And that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother, and had gone to Padan Aram. Thus Ashau saw that the daughters of Canaan did not please YHWH his father. Therefore Ashau went to Yeshmael, and took Mahalat, the daughter of Yeshmael, Abram's son, the sister of Nebaioth, to be his wife.
Chapter 28.
And Jacob went out from Beer-sheba, and went toward Haran. Then he lighted upon a certain place, and tarried there all night, because the sun was set. Also he took the stones of that place, and put it for his pillow, and in that place he lay down to sleep. Then he dreamed, and lo, a ladder was set upon the earth, and the top of it reached to the heavens. And behold, the angels of Elohim were ascending and descending upon it. And behold, Yahuwah stood above it and said, "I am he who exists, Elohim of Abraham your father, and the Elohim of YHWH. The land whereon you lie, I will give it to you, and to your seed." And your seed will be as the dust of the earth, and you will spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. And in you and in your seed all the families of the Adama will be endowed. And behold, I am with you, and I will keep you in all where you go, and I will bring you to this Adama again. For I will not leave you until I have done that which I have spoken to you. Then Jacob awoke from his sleep, and he said, Surely he who exists is in this place, and I did not know it. Therefore he was reverent and said, How will I reverence this place? Is this none other than the house of Elohim? And is this the gate of the heavens? Then Jacob arose early in the morning and took the stone that was there under his head, and he set it up as a monument. Also he poured oil upon the top of it, and he called the name of the place Beit Al, house of all. But first the name of the city was Luzah. And Jacob vowed a vow, saying, If Elohim will be with me, and will keep me in this way as I go, and will give me bread to eat, and clothes to wear, so that I may come again to my father's house in peace. Then he who exists will be Ali, my God. And this stone which I have set for a monument will be the house of Elohim. And of all that you will give to me, surely I will give a tenth to you.
Chapter 29.
And Jacob went on his journey, and came into the land of the people of the east. Then he looked. Behold, a well was in the field, and lo, there were 3 flocks of sheep lying by it. For out of that well they watered the flocks. And a great stone was upon the mouth of the well. And there they would gather all the flocks. Then they would roll the stone from the mouth of the well and water the sheep. Then they would return the stone to its place upon the well. And Jacob asked to them, My brethren, where are you from? And they answered, We are from Haran. Then he asked of them, Do you know Laban, the son of Nahor? And they answered, We know him. Then he inquired of them, Is he well? And they answered, He is well. And behold, his daughter is coming with the sheep. Therefore he said, Lo, it is still the rising of the day. It is not time that the livestock be gathered together. Water the sheep, then go feed. However, they said, We cannot until all the flocks are gathered together, and until they roll the stone from the well's mouth. Then we will water the sheep. And while he yet spoke with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she kept them. And it came to pass, when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Jacob went near. Then he rolled the stone from the mouth of the well, and watered the flock of Laban, his mother's brother. Moreover, Jacob kissed Rachel. Also he lifted up his voice and wept. And Jacob told Rachel that he was her father's brother, and that he was Ribkah's son. Therefore she ran and told her father. And it came to pass, when Laban heard the tidings of Jacob, his sister's son, that he ran to meet him. Then he embraced him, and kissed him, and brought him to his house. Furthermore, he told Laban all these things. And Laban said to him, Surely you are my bone and my flesh. Thus he abode with him an interval of a month. Then Laban asked of Jacob, Because you are my brother, will you therefore serve me for nothing? Tell me, what is your wages? Moreover, Laban had 2 daughters. The name of the elder was Leah, weary, and the name of the younger, Rachel, ewe. Leah was tender-eyed, but Rachel was beautiful and well-favored. Also, Jacob loved Rachel. Therefore he said, I will serve you 7 years for Rachel, your younger daughter. And Laban replied, It is better that I give her to you than that I give her to another man. Abide with me. Thus, Jacob served 7 years for Rachel. Yet they seemed a few days because of the love he had for her. Then Jacob said to Laban, Give me my wife, for my days are fulfilled, that I may go unto her. Therefore Laban gathered together all the men of that place, and made a feast. And it came to pass in the evening that he took Leah his daughter, and brought her to him, and he went unto her. Also Laban gave Zilpah his maid unto his daughter Leah for a handmaid. And it came to pass that in the morning, behold, it was Leah. Therefore he said to Laban, What is this you have done to me? Did I not serve you for Rachel? Why then have you beguiled me? And Laban said, In our country it must not be done so, to give the younger before the firstborn. Fulfill this one's week, and she will be given unto you also. This one, for the service which you will serve with me, yet another 7 years. Therefore Jacob did so, and fulfilled her week. Then he gave Rachel his daughter unto him, to wife also. And Laban gave Bilhah his maid unto his daughter Rachel, to be her handmaid. Then he came unto Rachel also, and he loved Rachel more than Leah. Thus he served with him yet another 7 years.
Chapter 30.
And when YHWH saw that Leah was hated, he opened her womb, but Rachel was barren. And Leah conceived. Thus she birthed a son, and she called his name Reuben, behold, a son. For she said, Surely he who exists has looked upon my affliction. Now therefore my husband will love me. And she conceived again. Thus she birthed a son, and said, Because he who exists has heard that I was hated, therefore he has given me this son also. And she called his name Shimaun, heard. And she conceived again. Thus she birthed a son, and said, Now this time my husband will cleave to me, because I have bore him 3 sons. Therefore his name was called Lehi, joined. And she conceived again. Thus she birthed a son, and said, Now I will praise he who exists. Therefore she called his name Yehudah. YHWH is praised. Then her bearing stood still. However, when Rachel saw that she bore Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister, and she said to Jacob, Give me children, or else I will die. Therefore Jacob's anger was kindled against Rachel, and he said, Am I in the place of Elohim, whom has withheld from you the fruit of the womb? Then she said, Behold, my maid, Bilhah, go unto her, and she will bear upon my knees, so that by her I may have children also. And she gave him Bilhah, her handmaid, to wife. And Jacob went unto her, and Bilhah conceived. Thus she bore Jacob a son. Then Rachel said, Elohim has judged me, and heard my voice also. Therefore he has given me a son. Thus she called his name Dan, judge. And Bilhah, Rachel's maid, conceived again, and bore Jacob a second son. And Rachel said, With great wrestling I have wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed. Therefore she called his name Naphtali, we wrestle. When Leah saw that her bearing stood still, she took Zilpah, her maid, and gave her unto Jacob to wife. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bore Jacob a son. And Leah said, Good fortune comes. Therefore she called his name God, fortune. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bore a second son. And Leah said, I am happy, for the daughters will call me happy. And she called his name Asher, happy. Furthermore, Reuben went in the days of the wheat harvest and found mandrakes in the field, and brought them to his mother, Leah. Then Rachel requested of Leah, Give me, I pray you, of your son's mandrakes. So she asked her, Is it a small matter that you have taken my husband? And will you take my son's mandrakes also? Therefore Rachel replied, Let it be thus. He will lie with you tonight for your son's mandrakes. Then Jacob came out of the field in the evening, and Leah went out to meet him, and said, You must come unto me, for surely I have hired you with my son's mandrakes. Therefore he laid with her that night. And Elohim hearkened to Leah. Thus she conceived, and bore Jacob a fifth son. And Leah said, Elohim has given me my hire, because I have given my maiden to my husband. And she called his name Yeshachar. He was hired. Furthermore, Leah conceived again, and bore Jacob a sixth son. And Leah said, Elohim has endowed me with a good dowry. Now my husband will exalt me, because I have bore him 6 sons. Therefore she called his name Zebulun, exalted. And afterwards she birthed a daughter, and called her name Dinah, justice. Then Elohim remembered Rachel, and Elohim hearkened to her, and opened her womb. Thus she conceived, and birthed a son. Then she said, Elohim has taken away my reproach. Therefore she called his name Yusef. Yahweh will add. Then she said, He who exists will add unto me another son.
Chapter 31.
And it came to pass, when Rachel birthed Yusuf, that Jacob said to Laban, Send me away, that I may go to my own place, and to my country. Give me my wives and my children, of whom I have served you, and let me go. For you know my service, which I have done you. And Laban said to him, I pray you, if I have found favor in your eyes, tarry. For I have learned by divination that he who exists has endowed me for your sake. Then he said, Appoint me your wages, and I will give it. And he replied to him, You know how I have served you, and how your livestock was with me. For you had little of it before I came, and now it has increased to a multitude. Thus he who exists has endowed you since my coming. Now, when will I provide for my own house also? And he said, What should I give you? Therefore Jacob answered, If you will do this thing for me, you will not give me anything. I will feed and keep your flock again. I will pass through all your flock today, removing from there all the speckled and spotted livestock, and all the brown livestock among the sheep, and the spotted and speckled among the goats, and from this will be my hire. Thus In time to come, my righteousness will answer for me when I come for my hire before your face. All that is not speckled and spotted among the goats, and brown among the sheep, that will be counted stolen by me. And Laban, white, said, Behold, concerning this, let it be according to your word. Therefore, that day he removed the male goats that were striped and spotted, and all the female goats that were speckled and spotted, and all that had white with it, and all the brown among the sheep, and gave them into the hand of his sons. And he set 3 days' journey between himself and Jacob, and Jacob fed the rest of Laban's flocks. Then Jacob took himself rods of green poplar, and of the hazel, and chestnut tree. Then he peeled white shavings with them, and made the white which was in the rods appear. And he set the rods which he had peeled with the gutters in front of the flock, by the watering troughs that the flock came to drink, so that they would conceive when they came to drink. And the flocks conceived before the rods, and brought forth striped, speckled, and spotted livestock. Therefore Jacob separated the lambs, and he was given the flock with the striped surface, and all the dark within the flock of Laban. Therefore he put his own flock by itself, and did not put them for Laban's livestock. And it came to pass, whenever the stronger livestock would conceive, that Jacob laid the rods before the eyes of the livestock in the gutters, that they might conceive among the rods. But when the livestock was feeble, he didn't put them in. Thus the feeble were Laban's, and the strong were Jacob's. And the man increased exceedingly, and had many livestock, and maidservants, and menservants, and camels, and asses. Then he heard the words of the sons of Laban, saying, Jacob has taken away all that was our father's, and from that which was our father's he has gotten all this glory. And Jacob beheld the countenance of Laban, and lo, it was not towards him as before. And YHWH said to Jacob, Return to the land of your fathers, and to your kindred, and I will be with you. Therefore Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field of his flock. And he said to them, I see the countenance of your father, that it is not towards me as before, but the Elohim of my father has been with me. And you know that I have served your father with all my power. And your father has deceived me, and changed my wages 10 times. But Elohim suffered him not to hurt me. If he said thus, The speckled will be your wages, then all the livestock birthed speckled. And if he said thus, The striped will be your hire, then all the livestock birthed stripes. Therefore Elohim has taken away the livestock of your father, and has given them to me. Furthermore, it came to pass at the time that the livestock conceived, that I lifted my eyes and saw in a dream. And behold, the rams which leaped upon the livestock were striped, speckled, and spotted. Also, the angel of Elohim spoke to me in the dream, Jacob, and I replied, Here I am. Then he said, Now lift up your eyes, and see all the rams which leap upon the livestock are striped, speckled, and spotted. For I have seen all that Laban does to you. I am the Al of Beit Al, where you anointed the Matzabah, monument, where you vowed a vow to me. Now arise, get yourself out of this land, and return to the land of your kindred. Then Rachel and Leah answered and said to him, Is there yet any portion or inheritance for us in our father's house? Are we not considered foreigners to him? For he has sold us and has completely devoured our money also. For all the riches that Elohim has taken from our father, that is ours, and our children's. Now then, whatever Elohim has said to you, do.
Chapter 32.
And Jacob rose up. Then he set his sons and his wives upon camels, and he carried away all his livestock and all his goods, which he had gotten. The livestock he acquired, which he had gotten in Padan Aram, to go to YHWH his father, in the land of Canaan. Furthermore, Laban went to shear his sheep. Then Rachel stole the cherubim, figures, that were her father's. However, Jacob stole the heart of Laban the Arami, upon no one telling him of his leaving. Thus he fled with all that he had. Then he rose up and passed over the river, and he set his face towards Mount Gilad. Then on the third day it was told to Laban that Jacob had fled. Therefore he took his brethren with him and pursued after him 7 days' journey, and they overtook him in Mount Gilad. Moreover, Elohim came to Laban the Arami in a dream by night, and said to him, Take heed that you do not speak to Jacob, either good or bad. Then Laban overtook Jacob. Now Jacob had pitched his tent in the mount, and Laban with his brethren pitched in the Mount Gilad. And Laban asked of Jacob, Why have you done this? You stole my heart, and carried away my daughters like captives with a sword. Why did you flee secretly and steal, and did not tell me, that I might have sent you away with mirth, and with songs, with tambourines, and with harps? Yet you have not suffered me to kiss my sons and my daughters. Now you were foolish in doing so. It is in the power of my hand to do you harm. But the Elohim of your father spoke to me last night, saying, Take heed that you do not speak either good or bad to Jacob. Now surely you should go, because truly you long after your father's house. But why have you stolen my deities? Then Jacob answered and said to Laban, Because I was afraid, for I said, Perhaps you might snatch your daughters from me. With whomever you find your deities, let him not live. Before our brethren, discern what is yours amongst me, and take it unto yourself. For Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen them. Therefore Laban went into Jacob's tent, and into Leah's tent, and into the 2 maidservants' tents, but did not find. Then he went out of Leah's tent, and entered into Rachel's tent. Now Rachel had taken the cherubim, and put them in the camel's furniture, and sat upon them. Thus Laban searched all the tents, but found nothing. And she said to her father, Let it not displease my lord, that I cannot rise up before you, for the custom of women is upon me. Thus he searched, but did not find the cherubim. Therefore Jacob was wroth, and rebuked Laban. Then Jacob responded and asked Laban, What is my trespass? What is my sin, that you have so hotly pursued after me? Since you have searched all my belongings, what have you found of all your household things? Set it here before my brethren and your brethren, that they may judge between us. These 20 years I have been with you. Your ewes and your she-goats have not lost their young, and the rams of your flock I have not eaten. That which was torn of beasts I did not bring to you. I carried the loss of it. From my own hand you required it, stolen by day or stolen by night. There I was. During the day the drought consumed me, and the frost by night, and my sleep departed from my eyes. Thus I have been 20 years in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your flock, and you have changed my wages 10 times. If not for the Elohim of my father, the Elohim of Abraham, and the dread of YHWH had been with me, surely you would have sent me away empty by now. Elohim has seen my affliction and the labor of my hands. Therefore he rebuked you last night. Then Laban replied and said to Jacob, These daughters are my daughters, and these children are my children, and this flock is my flock, and all that you see is mine. But what can I do this day to these my daughters, or to their children who they have birthed? Now therefore, come, let us make a covenant, you and I, and let it be for a witness between you and I. Then Jacob took a stone and set it up for a monument. Moreover, Jacob said to his brethren, Gather stones. Thus they took stones and made a heap. Then they ate there upon the heap. And Laban called it Yagar Shadahuta, but Jacob called it Galad, witness heap. Therefore Laban said, This heap is a witness between you and I this day. Thus the name of it is called Galad, and Mitzpah, watchtower. For he said, He who exists watches between you and I, when we are absent one from another. If you afflict my daughters, or if you take other wives beside my daughters, no man with us will see. Elohim is the witness between you and I. Then Laban said to Jacob, Behold this heap, and behold this monument, which I have cast between you and I. This heap is a witness, and this monument is a witness, that I will not pass over this heap unto you, and that you will not pass over this heap and this monument unto me for harm. The Elohim of Abraham and the Elohim of Nahor, the Elohim of their father, judge between us. And Jacob swore by the dread of his father YHWH. Then Jacob offered a sacrifice upon the mount, and called his brethren to eat bread. Therefore they ate bread and tarried all night in the mount. Then early in the morning Laban arose and kissed his sons and his daughters, and he blessed them. Then Laban departed and returned to his place.
Chapter 33.
And Jacob went on his way. Also the angels of Elohim met him. Then when Jacob saw them, he said, This is the encampment of Elohim. Therefore he called the name of that place Machnaim, encampments. And Jacob sent angels to the presence of Ashau, his brother, unto the land of Shair, Shagi, the country of Adum. Then he commanded them, saying, This you will speak to my lord Ashau. Thus saith your servant Jacob, I have sojourned with Laban, and stayed there until now. And I have oxen and asses, flocks and men servants and maidservants. And I have sent to tell unto my lord, that I may find grace in your sight. Then the angels returned to Jacob, saying, We came to your brother Ashau. Also he is coming unto you, and 400 men with him. Therefore Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed. So he divided the people who were with him, and the flocks, and herds, and the camels, into 2 camps. Also he said, If Ashau comes to one camp and strikes it, then the other camp which is left will escape. Furthermore, Jacob said, O Elohim of my father Abraham, and Elohim of my father YHWH, he who exists, who said to me, "Return to your country and to your kindred, and I will deal well with you." I am not worthy of the least of all your mercies, and of all the truth which you have showed your servant. For I have passed over this Yarden with my staff, but now I have become two camps. Deliver me, I pray you, from the hand of my brother, from the hand of YHWH, for I fear him, lest he will come and strike me, the mother with the children. For you said, "Surely I will do you good and make your seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude." Then he lodged there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand, a present for YHWH his brother, 200 she-goats, and 20 he-goats, 200 ewes, and 20 rams, 30 milk camels with their colts, 40 cows, and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses, and 10 fowls. Then he delivered them into the hand of his servants. Each drove by themselves, and said to his servants, "Pass over before me, and put a space between drove and drove." Also he commanded the foremost, saying, "When my brother YHWH meets you, and asks you, saying, 'Whose are you? And where are you going? And whose are these before you?' Then you will say, 'They are your servants, Jacob. This is a present sent unto my lord YHWH. And behold, he is behind us as well." Furthermore, he commanded the second and the third, and all who followed the droves, saying, "On this manner you will speak to YHWH when you find him. Also say, 'Behold, your servant Jacob is behind us.' For he said, 'I will appease him with the present that goes before me. After this, I will see his face. Perhaps he will accept my face.' Therefore the present went over before him, and during the night he lodged at that camp. But he rose up that night and took his 2 wives, and his 2 maidservants, and his 11 sons, and passed over ford Jabbok. Then he took them and sent them over the brook, and he sent over what he had. Thus Jacob was left alone, and there a man wrestled with him until the break of day. And when he saw that he did not prevail against him, he touched the hollow of his thigh. Therefore the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. And he said, "Let me go, for the day breaks." But he replied, "I will not let you go, except you endow me." Then he said to him, "What is your name?" And he answered, "Jacob." Then he said, "Your name will not be called Jacob any more, but Yeshariel. He is a prince of all. For you are a prince with Elohim and with mortals. Thus you will overcome." Therefore Jacob asked and said, "I pray you, tell me your name." However, he asked, "Why is it that you have asked for my name?" Then he endowed him there. And Jacob called the name of that place Penuel, facing all. For I have seen Elohim face to face. Yet you have preserved my life. Then the sun rose upon him as he passed over Penuel, and he hobbled upon his thigh. Therefore the children of Yeshariel do not eat the sinew, which is the tendon upon the hollow of the thigh, to this day, because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh in the sinew of the shank. Furthermore, Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked. Behold, YHWH was coming, and with him was 400 men. Therefore he divided the children unto Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto both handmaids. Then he put the handmaids and their children foremost. Then Leah and her children were after. Then Rachel and Yusuf were the furthest back. Moreover, he passed over before them and bowed himself to the ground 7 times, until he came near to his brother. Then Ashau ran to meet him and embraced him. Therefore he fell upon his neck and kissed him, and they wept. Also he lifted up his eyes and saw the women and the children. Then he asked, "Who are these with you?" And he answered, "The children which Elohim has graciously given your servant." Then the handmaids came near, them and their children, and they bowed themselves. Also Leah with her children came near, and they bowed themselves. Afterwards Yusuf and Rachel came near, and they bowed themselves. Then he asked, "What do you mean by all those droves which I met?" And he answered, "Those are to find grace in the sight of my Lord." Therefore Ashau said, "I have enough, my brother. Keep that which you have unto yourself." But Jacob said, "No, I pray you. If now I have found grace in your sight, then receive my present from my hand. For such as I have seen your face is like seeing the face of Elohim, and you are pleased with me. Take, I pray you, my endowment, which is brought unto you, because Elohim has dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough." Thus he urged him. Therefore he took it. Then he said, "Let us take our journey, and let us go, and I will go before you." But he said to him, "My Lord knows that the children are tender, and the flocks and the herds with me are with young. Moreover, if the men overdrive them one day, the entire flock will die. I pray you, let my Lord pass over before his servant, and I will lead on softly, according to the livestock that goes before me, and the children are able to endure, until I come unto my Lord towards Sha'er." Therefore Ashau said, "Now let me leave some people who are with me with you." And he asked, "Why is it needed?" "Let me find grace in the sight of my Lord." So Ashau returned on his way towards Sha'er that day. But Jacob journeyed to Sukkot. Then he built himself a house and made booths for his livestock. Therefore the name of that place is called Sukkot, booths.
Chapter 34.
And Jacob came peacefully to the city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Padan Aram. And he pitched his tent before the city. Also he bought the parcel of a field where he spread his tent for 100 pieces of money, at the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father. There he erected an altar, and called it Al-Alhui Yeshariel. Al is the deity of Yeshariel. And the daughter of Leah, Dinah, who she bore unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hiwi, prince of the country, saw her, he took her and laid with her. Thus he defiled her. But Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, joined his soul with hers, and he loved the damsel, and he spoke to the young woman's heart. Therefore Shechem spoke to his father, Hamor, saying, "Get me this damsel to wife." Furthermore, Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah, his daughter. However, his sons were with his livestock in the field. Therefore Jacob held his peace until they came. Yet Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out to Jacob to commune with him. Also the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it. And the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because he had worked folly within Yeshariel by lying with Jacob's daughter. This thing ought not to have been done. Still yet Hamor communed with them, saying, "She desired Shechem, my son. His soul is with your daughter. I pray you, give her unto him to wife. Therefore you will make marriages with us. Give your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto yourself. And you will dwell with us, and the land will be before you. Dwell and trade in it, and get your possessions in it. Then Shechem said to her father and to her brethren, Let me find grace in your eyes, and what you will say to me I will give. Ask an exceedingly high dowry and gift, and I will give according to what you say to me. Only give me the damsel to wife. But the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father deceitfully. They spoke because he had defiled Dinah, their sister. Therefore they said to them, We cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one who is uncircumcised, for that is a reproach to us. But by this we will consent to you, if you will be like us, that every male among you becomes circumcised. Then we will give our daughters unto you, and we will take your daughters unto ourselves, and we will dwell with you, and we will become one people. But if you will not hearken unto us, to become circumcised, then we will take our daughter, and we will leave. Moreover, their words pleased Hamor and Shechem, Hamor's son, and the young man did not delay to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father. Therefore Hamor and Shechem his son came to the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying, These men are peaceful with us. Therefore let them dwell in the land and trade in it. For behold, the land is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters unto ourselves as wives, and let us give them our daughters. Only by this will the men consent to us, to dwell with us, to be one people, if every male among us is circumcised, like they are circumcised. Will not their livestock and their substance, and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent to them, and they will dwell with us. Therefore all who went out of the gate of his city hearkened unto Hamor and unto Shechem his son, and every male was circumcised, all who went out of the gate of his city. And it came to pass on the third day, when they were sore, that two of the sons of Jacob, Shimeon and Lehi, Dinah's brothers, took each man his sword, and boldly they came upon the city, and slew all the males. Also they slew Hamor and Shechem his son with the edge of the sword, and they took Dinah out of Shechem's house, and they left. Furthermore the sons of Jacob came upon the slain, and they plundered the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their sheep, and their oxen, and their asses, and that which was in the city, and that which was in the field, and all their wealth. Also all their little ones and their wives were taken captive. Thus it was plundered, and all that was in the house. Then Jacob said to Shimeon and Lehi, You have troubled me, to make me a stench among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaani and the Perizi, for I am few in number. They will gather themselves against me and slay me, and I will be destroyed, me and my house. Therefore they said, Should he deal with our sister as a harlot?
Chapter 35.
And Elohim said to Jacob, Arise, go up to Beit Al, and dwell there, and there make an altar unto Al, who appeared to you when you fled from the face of Esau, your brother. Then Jacob said to his household, and to all who are with him, Put away the foreign deities that are among you, and be clean, and change your garments. Then let us arise and go up to Beit Al, and there I will make an altar unto all, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went. Then they gave to Jacob all the foreign deities which were in their hand, and the earrings which were in their ears. And Jacob hid them under the terebinth tree, which is by Shechem. Then they journeyed. And it came to pass that the terror of Elohim was upon the cities who were round about them. Therefore they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob. Thus Jacob came to Beit El, which is Luzah in the land of Canaan, he and all the people who were with him. And he built an altar there, and called the place Al Beit El. For there Elohim appeared to him when he fled from the face of his brother. And Deborah, Ribka's nurse, died, and she was buried in Beit El, under an oak, and the name of it was Alun Bahut. Moreover, Elohim appeared to Jacob again, and endowed him. Then he came out of Padan Aram, and Elohim said to him, Your name is Jacob. Your name will not be called Jacob any more, but Yeshariel will be your name. Thus he called his name Yeshariel. Then Elohim said to him, I am Al Shaddai. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations will be from you, and kings will come out of your loins. And the land that I gave Abraham and Yitzhak I will give unto you, and I will give the land to your seed after you. Then Elohim went up from him in the place where he talked with him. And Jacob set up a monument in the place where he talked with him, a pillar of stone. And he poured a drink offering upon it, and he poured oil upon it. And Jacob called the name of the place where Elohim spoke with him, Beit El. Then they journeyed from Beit El, and there was only a little way to go to Abrat. Then Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor. And it came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwife said to her, Fear not, you will have this son also. Then it happened, as her soul was departing, for she died, that she called his name Benani. But his father called him Binyamin, son of the right hand. Thus Rachel died, and she was buried in the way of Abrat, fruitful, which is Beit Lechem, house of bread. And Jacob set a monument upon her grave. That is the pillar of Rachel's grave to this day. Then Yeshariel journeyed, and spread his tent beyond the tower of Edor. Furthermore, it came to pass, when Yeshariel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and laid with Bilhah, his father's concubine, and Yeshariel heard of it. And it so happened that Jacob had 12 sons. The sons of Leah were Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Shimaun, and Lehi, and Yehuda, and Yeshachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel were Yusuf and Binyamin. And the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, were Dan and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, were Gad and Ashur. These are the sons of Jacob, who were born to him in Padan Aram. Then Jacob came to Yitzhak, his father, unto Mamre, towards the city of Arba, which is Hebron, where Abraham and Yitzhak sojourned. And the days of Yitzhak were 180 years. Thus Yitzhak departed and died, and he was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days. Moreover, his sons Ashavu and Jacob buried him.
Chapter 36.
Now these are the generations of Ashavu, whom is Adum. Ashahu took his wives of the daughters of Canaan, Ada, the daughter of Ailun, the Hittite, and Ahalibama, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibaun, the Hittite, and Bashemat, the daughter of Yishmael, the sister of Nebayut. And Ada bore unto Ashahu Alipaz, and Bashemat birthed Rauel, and Ahalibama birthed Yaish, and Yalam, and Kurach. These are the sons of Ashahu, who were born unto him in the land of Canaan. Then Ashahu took his wives, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the people of his house, and his livestock, and all his beasts, and all his substance that he gained in the land of Canaan. And he went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob, for their riches were more than they might dwell together. Also, the land in which they were nomads could not bear them because of their livestock. Thus Ashahu dwelt in Mount Shaer. Ashahu is Adum. Therefore, these are the generations of Ashahu, the father of Adum, in Mount Shaer. These are the names of Ashahu's sons. Alipaz was the son of Ada, the wife of Ashahu. Rauel was the son of Bashemat, the wife of Ashahu. And the sons of Alipaz were Timan, Aumar, Zipu, and Gatam, and Kenaz. And Timnah was the concubine of Alipaz, Ashahu's son, and she bore unto Alipaz Amalek. These are the sons of Ada, Ashahu's wife. And these are the sons of Rauel, Nachat, and Zerach, Shama, and Mizah. These are the sons of Bashemat, Ashahu's wife. And these are the sons of Ahalibama, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zibayun, Ashahu's wife. She bore unto Ashahu Yahush, and Yalam, and Kurach. These are the chiefs of the sons of Ashahu, the sons of Alipaz, the firstborn of Ashahu, chief Timan, chief Aumar, chief Zepu, chief Kenaz, chief Kurach, chief Gatam, chief Amalek. These are the chiefs of Alipaz in the land of Adum. These are the sons of Ada. And these are the sons of Rauel, Ashahu's son, chief Nachat, chief Zerach, chief Shama, chief Mizah. These are the chiefs of Rauel in the land of Adum. These are the sons of Bashemat, Ashahu's wife. And these are the sons of Ahalibama, Ashahu's wife, chief Yahush, chief Yalam, chief Korach. These are the chiefs of Ahalibama, the daughter of Anna, Ashahu's wife. These are the sons of Ashahu, who is Adum, and these are their chiefs. These are the sons of Shaer, the Huri, who inhabited the land, Lutham, and Shubal, and Zibayun, and Anna, and Dishun, and Adzer, and Dishan. These are the chiefs of the Hori, the sons of Shaer in the land of Adum. And the sons of Luthan were Huri and Heman, and Luthan's sister is Timnah. And these are the sons of Shabal, Alwan, and Manachath, and Aibal, Shepu, and Aunan. And these are the children of Zibayun, both Aya and Anna. This is the Anna who found the mules in the wilderness, as he fed the asses of Zibayun, his father. And the children of Anna are these, Dishun and Ahalibama, the daughter of Anna. And these are the children of Dishun, Chedan, and Ashban, and Gitran, and Keran. These are the sons of Adzer, Bilhan, and Zawan, and Akan. These are the sons of Dishan, Outs, and Aran. These are the chiefs of the Huri, chief Luthan, chief Shubal, chief Zibayun, chief Anna, chief Dishun, chief Atzer, chief Dishan. These are the chiefs of the Huri, among their chiefs in the land of Shaer. Furthermore, these are the kings who reigned in the land of Adum, before a king reigned over the children of Yeshariel. And Balad the son of Baur reigned in Adum, and the name of his city was Dinhaba. Thus Balad died. Therefore Ubab the son of Zerach of Baksrach reigned in his stead. Thus Ubab died. Therefore Cusham from the land of Temani reigned in his stead. Thus Cusham died. Therefore Hadad the son of Bedad, who struck Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Auyit. Thus Hadad died. Therefore Shamla of Mashrachka reigned in his stead. Thus Shamla died. Therefore Shaul by the river of Rechuput reigned in his stead. Thus Shaul died. Therefore Baal-Hanan the son of Akbor reigned in his stead. Thus Baal-Hanan the son of Akbor died. Therefore Chadar reigned in his stead, and the name of his city was Pau, and his wife's name was Mahithubal, the daughter of Mathred, the daughter of Zahab. And these are the names of the chiefs of Ashawu, according to their families, after their places, by their names. Chief Dimnah, Chief Alwan, Chief Yetet, Chief Ahalibama, Chief Allah, Chief Binan, Chief Kenaz, Chief Timan, Chief Mibzar, Chief Magdial, Chief Iran. These are the chiefs of Adum, according to their habitations in the land of their possession. Ashawu is the father of Adum.
Chapter 37.
And Yaqub dwelt in the land in which his father sojourned, in the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Yaqub. Yusuf, a son of 17 years, was shepherding the flock with his brethren, and the lad was with the sons of Bilhah, and with the sons of Zilpah, his father's wives. And Yusuf brought his father their bad report. Now Yeshariel loved Yusuf more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age, and he made him a coat with stripes. However, when his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brethren, then they hated him and could not speak peacefully to him. When Yusuf dreamed a dream, and he told it to his brethren, then they hated him even more. And he said to them, "Hear, I pray you, this dream which I have dreamed. For behold, we were binding sheaves in the field, and lo, my sheaf arose. Also it stood upright. And behold, your sheaves stood round about. Then yours bowed down to my sheaf." Therefore his brethren said to him, "Will you indeed reign over us? Or will you indeed have dominion over us?" So they hated him even more for his dreams and for his words. And he dreamed yet another dream. Also he told it to his brethren, and said, "Behold, I have dreamed another dream. And lo, the sun and the moon and 11 stars bowed down to me." Moreover, he told it to his father and to his brethren. However, his father rebuked him and said to him, "What is this dream that you have dreamed? Will I and your mother and your brothers indeed come to bow down ourselves unto you towards the earth?" Therefore his brethren envied him, but his father kept the word. Furthermore, his brethren went to feed their father's flock in Shechem. And Yeshariel asked of Yusuf, "Are your brethren not feeding the flock in Shechem? Come, and I will send you unto them." Therefore he answered him, "Sure." Then he said to him, "I pray you, Go see whether it is well with your brethren, and well with the flocks, and bring me word again. So he sent him out of the valley of Hebron, and he came to Shechem. Then a man found him, and there he was wandering in the field. So the man asked of him, saying, What do you seek? And he answered, I seek my brethren. Tell me, I pray you, where do they feed their flocks? And the man answered, They have departed from here, for I heard them say, Let us go to Dutayina. And Yusuf went after his brethren, and found them in Dutayina. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near to them, they conspired against him to slay him. Moreover, they said one to another, Behold, this dreamer comes. Therefore come, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit. Also, we will say, Some wild beast has devoured him. Then we will see what becomes of his dreams. However, Reuben heard it. Therefore he delivered him out of their hands. And he said, Let us not kill him. Then Reuben said to them, Shed no blood, but cast him into this pit that is in the wilderness. However, lay no hand upon him, so that he might rescue him out of their hands, to deliver him again to his father. And it came to pass, when Yusuf had come to his brethren, that they stripped Yusuf out of his coat with stripes which was upon him. Then they took him and cast him into a pit. Also the pit was empty, having no water in it. Furthermore, they sat down to eat bread. Then they lifted up their eyes and looked, and behold, a company of YHWH came from Gilead with their camels, bearing spices and balm and myrrh, going to carry it down to Mitzrayim. Then Yehuda said to his brethren, What profit is it if we slay our brother and conceal his blood? Come, let us sell him to the YHWH, and let not our hand be upon him, for he is our brother, our flesh. Thus his brethren were content. However, Midianim merchantmen passed by there. Then they drew and lifted Yusuf out of the pit, and sold Yusuf to the YHWH for 20 pieces of silver. And they brought Yusuf into Mitzrayim. Moreover, Reuben returned to the pit, and behold, Yusuf was not in the pit. Therefore he rent his clothes. Also he returned to his brothers and said, The lad is nowhere. And I? Where shall I go? Then they took Yusuf's coat, and killed a kid from the goats, and dripped the coat in the blood. Furthermore, they sent the coat with the stripes. Then they brought it to their father and said, We have found this. I pray you, do you recognize if it is your son's coat or not? Alas, he recognized it and said, It is my son's coat. A wild beast has devoured him as prey. Yusuf is outside, torn into pieces. Then Jacob rent his clothes, and put sackcloth upon his loins, and mourned for his son many days. Therefore all his sons and all his daughters rose up to console him. But he refused to be consoled, and he said, For I will go down into the grave, mourning for my son. Thus their father wept for him. Furthermore, the Midianim sold him to the Mitzrayim, unto Puthipar, a eunuch of Paro, the captain of executions.
Chapter 38.
And it came to pass at that time that Yehuda went down from his brethren, and he turned in to a certain Adulami, whose name was Chira. And there Yehuda saw a daughter of a Canaanite man, whose name was Shua, wealth. Then he took her and came unto her. Moreover, she conceived and birthed a son, and he called his name Ar. Then she conceived again and birthed a son, and she called his name Onan. Then she conceived again and birthed a son, and she called his name Shelach. And he was at Kizib when she bore him. Furthermore, Yehuda took a wife for Ar, his firstborn, whose name was Tamar. But Ar, Yehuda's firstborn, was wicked in the sight of Yehudah, so Yehudah slew him. Therefore Yehuda said to Onan, "Go in unto your brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed for your brother." But Onan knew that the seed would not be his, and it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilled it upon the ground, lest he would give seed to his brother. However, the thing which he did displeased Yehudah, therefore he slew him also. Then Yehuda said to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, "Remain a widow at your father's house until Shelach, my son, is grown." For he said, lest perhaps he die like his brethren also. Therefore Tamar went and dwelt in her father's house, and in the process of time the daughter of Shua, Yehuda's wife, died. And Yehuda was consoled, and went up to his sheep shearers to Timnatah, he and his friend Kira the Adulami. Also it was told to Tamar, saying, "Behold, your father-in-law goes up to Timnatah to shear his sheep." Therefore she took off her widow's garments from herself, and covered herself with a veil, and wrapped herself, and sat in an open place, which was by the way of Timnatah. For she saw that Shelach was grown, and she was not given to him to wife. When Yehuda saw her, he thought she was a harlot, because she had covered her face. So he turned to her by the way, and said, "Go, I pray you, let me come unto you," for he did not know that she was his daughter-in-law. And she asked, "What will you give me, that you may come unto me?" Therefore he answered, "I will send you a kid from the flock." Then she asked, "Will you give me a pledge until you send it?" Therefore he asked, "What pledge should I give you?" And she replied, "Your signet, and your bracelets, and your staff that is in your hand." So he gave it to her. Therefore he came unto her, and she conceived by him. Then she arose and went away, and she removed the veil from herself, and put on the garments of her widowhood. Moreover, Yehuda sent the kid by the hand of his friend, the Adulami, to receive the pledge from the woman's hand. But he did not find her. Then he asked the mortals of that place, saying, "Where is the harlot who was openly by the wayside?" And they answered, "There is no harlot in this place." Therefore he returned to Yehuda and said, "I cannot find her." Also the mortals of the place said that there is no harlot in this place. So Yehuda said, "Let her take it unto herself, lest we become disgraced. Behold, I sent this kid, and you have not found her." Then it came to pass about 3 months later, it was told to Yehuda, saying, "Tamar, your daughter-in-law, has played the harlot. Also, behold, she is with child by whoredom." Therefore Yehuda said, "Bring her forth, and let her be burned." When she was brought forth, she sent to her father-in-law, saying, "I am with child by the man to whom these belong." Then she said, "Discern, I pray you, whose are these, the signet, and bracelets, and staff?" Then Yehuda recognized them, and said, "She has been more righteous than I, because I have not given her to Shelach my son." And he did not know her again any more. And it came to pass, in the time of her travail, behold, twins were in her womb. While she travailed, Then a hand came forth, and the midwife took and bound upon his hand a scarlet thread, saying, "This came out first." And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, behold, his brother came out. And she said, "How have you broken forth? A breach is upon you." Therefore his name was called Baretz, breach. And afterward his brother came out, who had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerach.
Chapter 39.
And Yusuf was brought down to Mitzrayim. Then Uthapar, a eunuch of Paro, the captain of executions, a Mitzri, bought him from the hands of the Ishmaelim, who had brought him down there. Also, Yehua was with Yusuf. Therefore he was a prosperous man, and he was in the house of his master, the Mitzri. Furthermore, his master saw that Yehua was with him, and that Yehua made all that he did to prosper in his hand. So Yusuf found grace in his sight, and he served him. Therefore he appointed him over his house, and all that he had he put into his hand. Also it came to pass, from the time that he appointed him over his house, and over all that he had, then Yehua blessed the house of the Mitzri for Yusuf's sake. And the blessing of Yehua was upon all that he had in the house and in the field. And he left all that he had in Yusuf's hand, and he knew nothing of what he had, save the bread which he ate. Furthermore, Yusuf was handsome in form and appearance. Then it occurred after these things that his master's wife cast her eyes upon him, and she said, "Lie with me." But he refused and said to his master's wife, "Behold, my master does not worry who is in the house with me, and he has committed all that he has to my hand. There is no one in the house greater than I. Neither has he kept anything back from me except you, because you are his wife. And how can I do this great wickedness and sin against Elohim?" And it came to pass, as she spoke to Yusuf day by day, that he did not hearken unto her, to lie by her, or to be with her. Then it happened about this time that he went into the house to do his business, and no man from the mortals of the house was within the house. And she caught him by his garment, saying, "Lie with me." But he left his garment in her hand. Then he fled and went out. And it came to pass, when she saw that he had left his garment in her hand, and had fled forth, that she called to the mortals of her house. Then she spoke to them, saying, "See, he has brought an Aibri unto us, to mock us. He came in unto me to lie with me, and I cried with a loud voice. And it came to pass, when he heard that I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me. Then he fled and went out, and she laid his garment beside herself until his lord came home. Also she spoke to him according to these words, saying, The Aibri servant, whom you have brought to us, came to me to mock me. And it came to pass, as I lifted up my voice and cried, that he left his garment with me and fled. Then it happened, when his master heard these words of his wife, which she spoke to him, saying, After this manner your servant did to me, then his wrath was kindled. Therefore the lord of Yusuf took him and put him into the prison, a place where the king's prisoners were bound, and he was there in the prison house.
Chapter 40.
And it came to pass, Yehua was with Yusuf, and showed him mercy. Then he gave him favor in the sight of the captain of the prison house. Therefore the captain of the prison house committed all the prisoners who were in the prison house unto Yusuf's hand. And all that was done there, he did it. The captain of the prison house did not monitor anything that was in his hand, because YHWH was with him, and that which he did, YHWH made prosper. Then it happened after these things, the cupbearer of the king of Mitzrayim and his baker offended their lord, the king of Mitzrayim. So Paro was wroth against two of his eunuchs, against the captain of cupbearing and against the captain of baking. Therefore he put them in custody, the house of the captain of executions, into the prison house, the place where Yusuf was bound. Moreover, the captain of executions appointed Yusuf with them, and he served them, and they continued a season in ward. Then they both had a dream. Each man had his own dream in the same night. The interpretation of each man's dream was alike, the cupbearer and the baker of the king of Mitzrayim, who were bound in the prison. Furthermore, Yusuf came to them in the morning and looked upon them. And behold, they were vexed. Therefore he asked Paro's eunuchs, who were with him in the custody of his lord's house, saying, "Why are your faces angry today?" And they answered him, "We have dreamed a dream, and there is no interpreter for them." So Yusuf said to them, "Doesn't interpretations belong to Elohim? Tell them to me, I pray you." Therefore the captain of cupbearing told his dream to Yusuf, and said to him, "In my dream, behold, a vine was before me, and in the vine were 3 branches, and it was as though it budded, and her blossoms shot forth, and its clusters brought forth ripe grapes. And Paro's cup was in my hand, and I took the grapes, and pressed them into Paro's cup, and I gave the cup into Paro's hand." And Yusuf said to him, "This is the interpretation of it. The 3 branches are 3 days. Yet within 3 days Paro will lift up your head and restore you to your place, and you will deliver Paro's cup into his hand, after the former manner when you were his cupbearer. But think upon me when it is well with you, and show kindness to me, I pray you, and make mention of me to Paro, and bring me out of this house. For indeed I was stolen away out of the land of the Aibarim, and here also I haven't done anything that they should put me into the dungeon." When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he said to Yusuf, "I also was in my dream, and behold, I had 3 cake baskets on my head. And in the uppermost basket of all the food of Paro was the work of the baker, and the birds ate from out of the basket upon my head." Therefore Yusuf answered and said, "This is the interpretation of it. The 3 baskets are 3 days. Yet within 3 days Paro will lift up your head from off of you, and hang you upon a tree. Also, the birds will eat the flesh from off of you." Furthermore, it came to pass on the 3rd day, which was Paro's birthday, that he made a feast for all his servants. Moreover, he lifted up the head of the captain of cupbearing, and the head of the captain of baking amongst his servants. And he restored the captain of cupbearing to his cupbearing again. Therefore he gave the cup into Paro's hand. But he hanged the captain of baking, as Yusuf had interpreted to them. Still yet the captain of cupbearing did not remember Yusuf, but forgot him.
Chapter 41.
And it came to pass at the end of 2 full years that Paro dreamed, and behold, he stood by a river. And looking, there came up out of the river 7 attractive and fattened heifers, and they fed among the reeds. Then, behold, another 7 heifers came up after them out of the river, unattractive and lean. Moreover, they stood by the other heifers upon the bank of the river. Also, the unattractive and lean heifers ate the 7 attractive and fattened heifers. Then Paro awoke. Furthermore, he slept and dreamed a second time. And behold, 7 heads of grain came up upon one good and sturdy stalk. Then, behold, 7 thin heads of grain, blighted with the east wind, sprung up after them. And the 7 thin heads of grain devoured the 7 sturdy and full heads of grain. Then Paro awoke, and behold, it was a dream. And it came to pass in the morning that his spirit was troubled, and he sent and called for all the magicians of Mitzrayim, and all the wise men of it. And Paro told them his dreams, but no one could interpret them for Paro. Then the captain of cupbearing spoke to Paro, saying, "This day I remember my folly." Paro was wroth with his servants, and put us in custody at the house of the captain of executions, the captain of baking, and I. And one night he and I dreamed a dream. We dreamed each man according to the interpretation of his dream. Also there was a young man with us, an Aibri servant to the captain of executions. Furthermore, he told him and interpreted to us our dreams. To each man according to his dream he did interpret. And it came to pass, as he interpreted to us, so it was. Me he restored to my office, and him he hanged. Therefore Paro sent and called Yusuf, and they brought him hastily out of the dungeon. And he was shaved, and his garments were changed. Then he came unto Paro. And Paro said to Yusuf, "I have dreamed a dream, and there is no one who can interpret it. And I have heard said of you that you can understand a dream to interpret it." However, Yusuf answered Paro, saying, "It is not in me. Elohim will give Paro a satisfactory answer." Therefore Paro said to Yusuf, "In my dream, behold, I stood upon the bank of the river. And lo, there came up out of the river 7 heifers, attractive and fattened, and they fed among the reeds. And behold, another 7 heifers came up after them, unattractive and lean, such as I have never seen in all the land of Mitzrayim for badness. Then the lean and unattractive heifers ate the first 7 fat heifers. And when they had eaten them up, it could not be known that they had eaten them, but they were still unattractive, as at the beginning. Then I awoke. Also I saw in my dream, and lo, 7 heads of grain came up on one stalk, full and good. And behold, 7 heads of grain, withered, thin, blighted by the east wind, sprung up after them. And the thin heads of grain devoured the 7 good heads. Furthermore, I told this to the magicians, but there was no one who could declare it for me. Then Yusuf said to Paro, "The dreams of Paro are connected. Elohim has showed Paro what he is about to do. The 7 good heifers are 7 years, and the 7 good heads of grain are 7 years. The dreams are united. Moreover, the 7 thin and unattractive heifers that came up after them, and the 7 empty heads blasted with the east wind are 7 years of famine. This is the thing which I will speak to Paro. What Elohim is about to do, he shows to Paro. Behold, there is coming 7 years of great plenty throughout all the land of Mitzrayim, and there will arise after them 7 years of famine, and all the plenty will be forgotten in the land of Mitzrayim, and the famine will consume the land. However, the plenty in the land will not be known for facing the famine that follows, for it will be very grievous. Also, the reason the dream was repeated twice to Paro is because this word is established by Elohim, and Elohim will bring it to pass shortly. Now, therefore, let Paro seek out a discreet and wise man, and set him over the land of Mitzrayim. Let Paro do this. Also, let him appoint officers over the land, and take up a fifth part from the land of Mitzrayim during the 7 years of plenty, and let them gather all the food of those good years that come, and lay up grain under the hand of Paro. Moreover, let them keep food in the cities, and the food will be a reserve for the land against the 7 years of famine, which will be in the land of Mitzrayim, so that the land does not perish through the famine. Therefore the word was good in the eyes of Paro, and in the eyes of all his servants. And Paro said to his servants, Can we find such a one as this, a man in whom is the Ruach of Elohim? Then Paro said to Yusuf, Forasmuch as Elohim has showed you all this, there is none so discreet and wise as you. You will be over my house, and according to your word, all my people will be ruled. Only in the throne I will be greater than you. Therefore Paro said to Yusuf, Behold, I have set you over all the land of Mitzrayim. Then Paro took off his ring from his hand, and put it upon Yusuf's hand. Also he arrayed him in vestures of fine linen, and put a gold chain about his neck. And he made him to ride in the second chariot which he had, and they cried before him, Bow the knee. And he made him a ruler over all the land of Mitzrayim. Then Paro said to Yusuf, I am Paro, but without you no man will lift his hand or foot in all the land of Mitzrayim. Furthermore, Paro called Yusuf's name Zapenat Penaach, and he gave to him Asenat to wife, the daughter of Buthipara, priest of Aun. And Yusuf went out over all the land of Mitzrayim.
Chapter 42.
And Yusuf was 30 years old when he stood before Paro, king of Mitzrayim. Then Yusuf went out from the presence of Paro, and went throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. Moreover, during the 7 years of plenty, the earth brought forth by handfuls. And he gathered up all the food of the 7 years, which were in the land of Mitzrayim, and he laid up the food in the cities. The food of the field, which was round about every city, he laid up in the same. And Yusuf gathered grain like the sand of the sea, very much, until he left off numbering, for it was without number. Furthermore, 2 sons were born unto Yusuf before the years of the famine came, which Asenat, the daughter of Buthipara, priest of Aun, bore unto him. And Yusuf called the name of his firstborn Menashe, caused to forget. For Elohim, he said, has caused me to forget all my toil, and all my father's house. And the name of the second he called Aprayim, I am fruitful. For Elohim has caused me to be fruitful in the land of my affliction. Furthermore, the 7 years of plenty, which was in the land of Mitzrayim, had ended. Then the 7 years of famine came, as Yusuf had said, and the scarcity was in all the lands. But in all the land of Mitzrayim there was bread. However, when all the land of Mitzrayim was famished, the people cried to Paro for bread. And Paro said to all the Mitzrayim, Go to Yusuf. Whatever he says to you, do. Thus the famine was over all the face of the earth. And Yusuf opened all the storehouses, and sold to the Mitzrayim. Still yet the famine waxed sore in the land of Mitzrayim. Now when Jacob saw that there was grain in Mitzrayim, Jacob asked his sons, Why do you look one upon another? Then he said, Behold, I have heard that there is grain in Mizraim. Get yourself down there and buy us some from there, that we may live and not die." Therefore Yusuf's 10 brothers went down to buy grain in Mizraim. But Jacob did not send Benjamin, Yusuf's brother, with his brethren, for he said, lest perhaps mischief befall him. Then the sons of Yisrael came to buy grain among those who came, for the famine was in all the land of Canaan. Moreover, Yusuf was the governor over the land. It was he who sold to all the people from the land. And Yusuf's brothers came and bowed themselves down before him with their faces to the earth. And Yusuf saw his brothers, and he recognized them, but he disguised himself to them, and he spoke rough to them. And he said to them, "Whence came you?" Therefore they answered, "From the land of Canaan, to buy food." And Yusuf recognized his brethren, but they did not recognize him. Also Yusuf remembered the dreams that he dreamed of them. Then he said to them, "You are spies. You have come to see the nakedness of the land." But they replied to him, "No, my lord, your servants have come to buy food. We are one man's son. We are true. Your servants are not spies." However, he said to them, "No, but to see the nakedness of the land you have come." Then they said, "Your servants are 12 brothers, the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. And behold, the youngest is with our father this day, but one is no more." However, Yusuf said to them, "It is as I have spoken to you, saying, 'You are spies.' Therefore you must be proven. By the life of Paro, you will not leave here, except your youngest brother come here. Send one of you, and let him fetch your brother. And you will be kept in prison, that your words may be proven, whether there is any truth in you. Or else, by the life of Paro, surely you are spies." Therefore he put them all together into ward for 3 days. And during the 3rd day Yusuf said to them, "This do, and live, for I revere Elohim. If you are true, let one of your brethren be bound in the prison house. Go, carry grain for the famine of your houses. But bring your youngest brother to me. Therefore your words will be verified, and you will not die." Thus they did so. And they said one to another, "Truly we are guilty concerning our brother, in that we saw the anguish of his soul when he besought us, but we would not listen. Therefore this distress has come upon us." Moreover, Reuben replied to them, saying, "Did I not speak to you, saying, 'Do not sin against the child'? But you would not hear. Therefore, behold, his blood is required." However, they did not know that Yusuf understood them, because he spoke to them by an interpreter. Then he turned himself away from them and wept. But he returned to them again, and communed with them, and took Shimeon from them, and bound him before their eyes. However, Yusuf commanded to fill their sacks with grain, and to restore every man's money into his sack, and to give them provisions for the way. So they did to them thusly. Moreover, they loaded their asses with grain, and departed there. However, as one of them opened his sack to give his ass provender in the inn, he saw his money, for behold, it was in the mouth of his sack. Then he said to his brethren, "My money is restored, and look, it is even in my sack." Therefore their hearts failed them, and they were afraid, saying one to another, "What is this that Elohim has done to us?" And they came to Jacob their father, to the land of Canaan, and told him all that befell them, saying, The man, who is the Lord of the land, spoke roughly to us, and took us for spies of the country. Therefore we said to him, We are true. We are not spies. We are 12 brethren, sons of our father. One is not, but the youngest is with our father this day in the land of Canaan. And the man, the Lord of the country, said to us, Hereby I will know that you are true. Leave one of your brethren with me, and take food for the famine of your households, and be gone. However, bring your youngest brother to me. Then I will know that you are not spies, but that you are true. I will deliver your brother, and you may travel the land. Furthermore, it came to pass, as they emptied their sacks, behold, every man's bundle of money was in his sack. However, when they and their father saw the bundles of money, they were afraid. Therefore Jacob, their father, said to them, You have bereaved me. Yusuf is not, and Shimaun is not. And you will take Binyamin? All these things are against me. Therefore Reuben spoke to his father, saying, Slay my 2 sons, if I do not bring him to you. Deliver him into my hand, and I will bring him to you again. But he said, My son will not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he is left alone. If mischief befall him by the way in which you go, then you will bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave.
Chapter 43.
And the famine was sore in the land. And it came to pass, when they had eaten up the grain which they had brought out of Mitzrayim, their father said to them, Go again, buy us a little food. However, Yehudah spoke to him, saying, The man solemnly protested to us, saying, You will not see my face, except your brother is with you. If you will send our brother with us, we will go down and buy you food. But if you will not send him, we will not go down. For the man said to us, You will not see my face, except your brother is with you. Then Yeshariel asked, Why did you deal wickedly with me, to tell the man you still had a brother? So they answered, The man specifically asked of our state and of our kindred, saying, Is your father still alive? Have you a brother? And we told him according to the tenor of these words. Could we have certainly known that he would say, Bring your brother down? Moreover, Yehudah said to Yeshariel, his father, Send the lad with me. Then we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both you and us, also our little ones. I will be a surety for him. Of my hand you will require him. If I do not bring him to you and set him before you, then let me bear the blame forever. Except for we have lingered, surely by now we would have returned a second time. Therefore their father Yeshariel said to them, If it must be so, now do this. With your vessels, take of the best fruits in the land, and carry a present down to the man, a little balm and a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds. Also, take double the money in your hand, and the money that was brought back again in the mouth of the sacks. Carry it in your hand again. Perhaps it was an oversight. Moreover, take your brother and arise. Go to the man again. And may El Shaddai give you mercy before the man, that he may send you away and your other brother, and Binyamin. If I am bereaved, I am bereaved. Therefore the mortals took that present, and they took double the money in their hand, and Binyamin. Then they rose up and went down to Mitzrayim, and they stood before Yusuf. And when Yusuf saw Binyamin with them, he said to the ruler of his house, "Bring these mortals home, and slay, and make ready, for these mortals will dine with me at noon." So the man did as Yusuf bade, and the man brought the mortals into Yusuf's house. And the mortals were afraid, because they were brought into Yusuf's house. And they said, "We are brought in because of the money that was returned in our sacks from the first time, that he may seek occasion against us, and fall upon us, and take us for bondmen, and our asses." Therefore they came near to the steward of Yusuf's house, and they communed with him at the door of the house. Then they said, "O sir, indeed, we came down at the first time to buy food. And it came to pass when we came to the inn that we opened our sacks, and behold, every man's money was in the mouth of his sack, our money in full weight. So we have brought it again in our hand, and we have brought down more money in our hands to buy food. We cannot tell who put our money in our sacks." Therefore he said, "Peace be unto you, fear not. Your Elohim and the Elohim of your father has given you treasure in your sacks. I had your money." Then he brought Shimaun out to them. Furthermore, the man brought the mortals into Yusuf's house. Then he gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he gave their asses provender. And they made the present ready until Yusuf came at noon, for they heard that they would eat bread there. And when Yusuf came home, they brought him the present, which was in their hand, into the house, and bowed themselves unto him to the earth. Then he asked them of their welfare, and said, "Is your father well, the old man of whom you spoke? Is he still alive?" And they answered him, "Your servant, our father, is in good health. He is still alive." Then they bowed down their heads and made obeisance. Moreover, he lifted up his eyes and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son. And he asked, "Is this your younger brother, of whom you spoke to me?" Then he said, "Elohim be gracious to you, my son." However, Yusuf made haste, for his bowels did yearn upon his brother, and he sought to weep. So he entered into his chamber and wept there. Furthermore, he washed his face. Then he went out and controlled himself, and he said, "Set on bread." However, they set on for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Mitzrayim who ate with him by themselves. For the Mitzrayim could not eat bread with the Aibarim, because that is an abomination to the Mitzrayim. Then they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the mortals marveled, each man to another. Also he carried to them a portion from before himself. But Benjamin's portion was 5 times as much as any of theirs. Thus they drank and were merry with him.
Chapter 44.
And he, Yusuf, commanded the steward of his house, saying, "Fill the mortal's sack with food, as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in the mouth of his sack. Also put my cup, the silver cup, in the mouth of the sack of the youngest, and his grain money." And he did according to the word that Yusuf had spoken. As soon as the morning was light, the mortals were sent away, they and their asses. When they were gone out of the city, not far off, Yusuf said to his steward, "Up, follow after the mortals, and when you do overtake them, say to them, 'Why have you rewarded good for evil? Isn't this that in which our Lord drinks, and whereby he divinates his divinations? In doing so, you have done wickedness.'" Moreover, he overtook them, and he spoke to them these same words. Therefore they asked him, Why saith my Lord these words? Elohim forbid that your servants would do according to this thing. Behold, the money which we found in the mouths of our sacks, we brought to you again from out of the land of Canaan. Why then would we steal silver or gold out of your Lord's house? With whomever of your servants it is found, both let him die, also we will be my Lord's bondsmen. And he responded, Now, like your words, but he with whom it is found will be my servant, and you will be blameless. Then every man speedily took down his sack to the ground, and they opened each man's sacks. Moreover, he searched, and began at the eldest, and left at the youngest. Then the cup was found in the sack of Benjamin. Therefore they rent their clothes. Also they loaded every man his ass, and returned to the city. Then Yehuda and his brethren came to Yusuf's house, for he was still there, and they fell before him on the ground. And Yusuf asked them, What deed is this that you have done? Don't you know that such a man as I can divinate divinations? Therefore Yehuda said, What can we say to my Lord? What can we speak? Or how can we clear ourselves? Elohim has found out the iniquity of your servants. Behold, we are my Lord's servants, both we and he, within whose hand the cup was found. Then he said, Elohim forbid that I do such. The man in whose hand the cup was found, he will be my servant. And as for you, get yourself up in peace to your father. However, Yehuda came near to him and said, O my Lord, I pray you, let your servant speak a word in my Lord's ear, and let not your anger burn against your servant, for you are even as Paro. My Lord asked his servants, saying, Have you a father or a brother? And we said to my Lord, We have a father, an old man, and a child of his old age, the youngest, and his brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother, and his father loves him. And you said to your servants, Bring him down to me, that I may set my eyes upon him. Therefore we said to my Lord, The lad cannot leave his father, for if he leaves, his father would die. However, you said to your servants, Except your youngest brother come down with you, you will see my face no more. And it came to pass, when we came up to your servant, my father, we told him the words of my Lord. And our father said, Go again, buy us a little food. And we said, We cannot go down. If our youngest brother is with us, then we will go down. For we may not see the man's face, except our youngest brother is with us. Then your servant, my father, said to us, You know that my wife bore me 2 sons. But one went out from me. Therefore I said, Surely he is torn in pieces, and I have not seen him since. And if you take this one from me also, and mischief befalls him, you will bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Now therefore, when I come to your servant, my father, and the lad is not with us, seeing that his life is bound up in the life of the young man, it will come to pass, when he sees that the lad is not, that he will die, and your servants will bring down the gray hairs of your servant our father with sorrow to the grave. For your servant became surety for the lad unto my father, saying, If I do not bring him unto you, then I will bear the blame to my father forever. Now therefore, I pray you, let your servant abide instead of the lad, a bondman unto my Lord, and let the lad go up with his brethren. For how will I go up to my father, and the lad not be with me, lest perhaps I see the wickedness which will come upon my father? Then Yusuf could not control himself before all those who stood before him, and he cried, "Cause every man to go out from me." And there stood no man with him, while Yusuf made himself known to his brothers. However, he wept aloud. Therefore the Mitzrim and the house of Paro heard. And Yusuf said to his brothers, "I am Yusuf. Does my father still live?" But his brothers could not answer him, for they were troubled by his presence. Moreover, Yusuf said to his brothers, "Come near to me, I pray you." Thus they came near. Then he said, "I am Yusuf, your brother, whom you sold into Mitzrayim. Now therefore, do not be grieved, nor angry with yourselves that you sold me here, for Elohim sent me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years has the famine been in the land, and yet there are 5 years in which there will be neither plowing nor harvest. Therefore Elohim sent me before you to preserve you a posterity in the earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So now it wasn't you who sent me here, but Elohim, and he made me a father unto Paro, and lord of all his house, and a ruler throughout all the land of Mitzrayim. Hasten yourself, and go up to my father, and say to him, Thus saith your son Yusuf, Elohim has made me lord of all Mitzrayim. Come down to me, do not tarry, and you will dwell in the land of Goshen. Then you will be near to me, you and your children, and your children's children, and your flocks, and your herds, and all that is yours. And there I will nourish you, for yet there are 5 years of famine, lest you and your household and all that you have come to poverty. Behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin, that it is my mouth that speaks to you. Also you will tell my father of all the glory in Mitzrayim, and of all that you have seen. Furthermore, you will hasten and bring my father down here." Then he fell upon the neck of his brother, Benjamin, and wept. And Benjamin wept upon his neck. Moreover, he kissed all his brethren, and wept upon them. And after that, his brethren talked with him.
Chapter 45.
And the fame of it was heard in Paro's house, saying, Yusuf's brothers have come. And it pleased Paro and his servants well. Therefore Paro said to Yusuf, Say to your brothers, This you will do. Load your beasts and go. Get yourself to the land of Canaan. Furthermore, take your father and your households. Then come to me, and I will give you the good from the land of Mitzrayim. Also, you will eat the fat from the land. Now you are commanded, do this. Take your wagons out from the land of Mitzrayim, for your little ones, and for your wives, and bring your father, and come. Also, do not regard your belongings, for the goods of all the land of Mitzrayim are yours. And the children of Yashareel did so. Then Yusuf gave them wagons, according to the commandment of Paro, and he gave them provision for the way. To all of them he gave each man changes of raiment. But to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of raiment. Also to his father he sent after this manner: 10 asses loaded with the goods of Mitzrayim, and 10 she-asses loaded with grain and bread and food for his father for the journey. Thus he sent his brethren away, and they departed. Moreover, he said to them, "See that you do not fall out by the way." Therefore they went up out of Mitzrayim, and came to the land of Canaan, to Jacob their father. And they told him, saying, "Yusuf is still alive, and he is governor of all the land of Mitzrayim." However, Jacob's heart fainted, for he did not believe them. So they told him all the words of Yusuf, which he had said to them. And when he saw the wagons which Yusuf sent to carry him, then the Ruach revived Jacob, their father. And Yeshariel said, "It's enough, my son Yusuf is alive. I will go and see him before I die."
Chapter 46.
And Yeshariel took his journey with all that he had, and came to Be'er Sheba. And he offered sacrifices unto the Elohim of his father, Yitzhak. And Elohim spoke to Yeshariel in the visions of the night, and said, "Jacob, Jacob." Therefore he said, "Here I am." Then he said, "I am the all of your father. Fear not to go down into Mitzrayim, for I will make you a great nation there. I will go down with you into Mitzrayim. Then I will raise you up to greatness, and Yusuf will put his hand upon your eyes." So Jacob rose up from Be'er Sheba. Then the sons of Yeshariel carried Jacob their father, and their little ones, and their wives in the wagons which Paro had sent to carry him. Also they took their livestock and their goods, which they had gotten in the land of Canaan. Then they came into Mitzrayim, Jacob and all his seed with him, his sons and his sons' sons with him, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his seed he brought with him into Mitzrayim. Furthermore, these are the names of the children of Yeshariel, who came into Mitzrayim, Jacob and his sons. Reuben was Jacob's firstborn, and the sons of Reuben were Chenok, and Palua, and Chetzron, and Carmi. And the sons of Shimaun were Yemual, and Yamin, and Ahad, and Yakin, and Zachar, also Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman. And the sons of Lehi were Gershon, Kehat, and Me'ari. And the sons of Yehuda were Ar, and Aunan, and Shalach, and Peretz, and Zerach. However, Ar and Aunan died in the land of Canaan. Furthermore, the sons of Peretz were Chetzron and Chamul. And the sons of Yeshachar were Dula, and Pua, and Yub, and Shimron. And the sons of Zebulun were Sered, and Ailun, and Yaklaal. These are the sons of Leah, who she bore to Jacob in Padan Aram, with his daughter Dinah. All the souls of his sons and his daughters were 33. Moreover, the sons of God were Zebulun, and Chagi, Shuni, and Atzban, Ari, and Arhudi, and Arali. And the sons of Asher were Yimna, and Yeshua, he is equal, and Yeshui, he is my equal, and Beriah, also Zerach, their sister. Furthermore, the sons of Beriah were Cheber and Malkiel. These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter, and those she bore unto Jacob were 16 souls. The sons of Rachel, Jacob's wife, were Yusuf and Binyamin. Unto Yusuf in the land of Mitzrayim were born Menashe and Ephraim, who Asenat, the daughter of Puthipara, priest of Aun, bore unto him. And the sons of Binyamin were Bala, and Becher, and Ashbel, Girah, and Naaman, Echi, and Rash, Mapim, and Chupim, and Ard. These are the sons of Rachel, who were born unto Jacob, all the souls were 14. And the son of Dan was Cushim. And the sons of Naphtali were Yehatzal, and Guni, and Yetzer, and Shelem. These are the sons of Bilhah, who Laban gave unto Rachel his daughter, and she bore these unto Jacob. All the souls were 7. All the souls who came with Jacob into Mitzrayim, who came out of his loins, besides Jacob's sons' wives, all the souls were 66. And the sons of Yusuf, who were born of him in Mitzrayim, were 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Jacob, who came into Mitzrayim, were 70. Furthermore, he sent Yehuda before him unto Yusuf, to direct his face towards Goshen.
Chapter 47.
And they came into the land of Goshen. Therefore Yusuf made his chariot ready, and went up towards Goshen to meet Yeshareal his father. And he presented himself to him, and he fell on his neck, and wept upon his neck a good while. Then Yeshareal said to Yusuf, Now I may die, since I have seen your face, because you are still alive. Furthermore, Yusuf said to his brothers and to his father's house, I will go up and show Paro, and I will say to him, My brothers and my father's house, who are in the land of Canaan, have come to me, and the mortals are shepherds, for their trade has been to feed livestock, and they have brought their flocks and their herds, and all that they have. Also it will come to pass, when Paro will call you and ask you, What is your occupation? Then you will say, Your servant's trade has been about livestock from our youth, even until now, both we and our fathers also, so that you may dwell in the land of Goshen, for every shepherd is an abomination to the Mitzrayim. So Yusuf came and spoke to Paro, saying, My father and my brethren, and their flocks, and their herds, and all that they possess, have come from the land of Canaan, and behold, they are in the land of Goshen. And he took some of his brethren, 5 men, and presented them to Paro. And Paro asked his brethren, What is your occupation? Therefore they answered Paro, Your servants are shepherds, both we and our fathers also. Moreover, they said to Paro, We have come to sojourn in the land, because your servants have no pasture for their flocks. For the famine is sore in the land of Canaan. Now therefore, let your servants dwell in the land of Goshen, we pray you. Then Paro spoke to Yusuf, saying, Your father and your brethren have come to you, and the land of Mitzrayim is before you. In the best of the land make your father and your brethren to dwell. In the land of Goshen let them dwell. And if you know men of performance among them, then make them rulers over my livestock. Furthermore, Yusuf brought in Jacob his father, and set him before Paro. And Jacob endowed Paro. And Paro asked Jacob, How old are you? Therefore Jacob answered Paro, The span of years of my journey are 130 years. Few and troublesome have been the span of years of my life, not yet overtaking the span of years of my fathers during their journey. Then Jacob endowed Paro, and went out from before Paro. Furthermore, Yusuf placed his father and his brethren, and he gave them a possession in the land of Mitzrayim, in the best from the land, in the land of Raamses, as Paro had commanded. And Yusuf nourished his father and his brethren, and all his father's household with bread according to their families. However, when the money failed in the land of Mitzrayim and in the land of Canaan, all the Mitzrayim came to Yusuf and said, Give us bread, for why should we die in your presence? For the money fails. Then Yusuf said, "If the money has failed, give your livestock, and I will give you for your livestock." Therefore they brought their livestock to Yusuf, and Yusuf gave them bread in exchange for horses, and for flocks, and for livestock of the herds, and for the asses, and he fed them with bread for all their livestock for that year. When that year was ended, they came to him the second year and said to him, "We will not hide it from my lord, how that our money is spent. Also, my lord has our herds of livestock. There is nothing left in the sight of my lord, but our bodies and our Adama. Why should we die before your eyes, both we and our Adama? Buy us and our Adama for bread. Then we and our land will be servants unto Paro. Also, give us seed, that we may live and not die, that the Adama is not desolate." Therefore Yusuf bought all the Adama of the Mitzrayim for Paro, because each man of the Mitzrayim sold his field, for the famine prevailed over them. Thus the land became Paro's. And as for the people, he relocated them to cities from one end of the border of Mitzrayim even to the other end of it. Only the land of the priests he did not buy, for the priests had a portion assigned to them by Paro, and ate their portion which Paro gave them. Therefore they did not sell their Adama. Then Yusuf said to the people, "Behold, I have bought you this day, and your Adama. Look, there is seed for you, and you will sow the Adama. And it will come to pass during the increase that you will give a fifth part unto Paro. Yet 4 parts will be your own, for the seed of the field, and for your food, and for them of your household, and for food for your little ones." Therefore they said, "You have saved our lives. Let us find grace in the sight of my lord, and we will be Paro's servants." Furthermore, Yusuf made a law over the land of Mitzrayim to this day, that Paro will have a fifth part, except the Adama of the priests only, which did not become Paro's. Also, Yeshariel dwelt in the land of Mitzrayim, in the country of Goshen, and they had possessions in it, and grew, and multiplied exceedingly.
Chapter 48.
And Jacob lived in the land of Mitzrayim for 17 years. Therefore the whole age of Jacob was 147 years. But the time drew near that Yeshariel must die. So he called his son Yusuf and said to him, "If now I have found grace in your sight, I pray you, place your hand under my thigh, then deal kindly and truly with me. I pray you, do not bury me in Mitzrayim, but I will lie with my fathers, and you will carry me out of Mitzrayim, and you will bury me in their burial place." Thus he replied, "I will do as you have said." Then he said, "Swear to me." Therefore he swore to him, and Yeshariel bowed himself upon the head of his bed. And it came to pass after these things that someone told Yusuf, "Behold, your father is sick." Therefore he took his 2 sons, Menashe and Ephraim, with him. Then he spoke to Jacob and said, "Behold, your son Yusuf comes to you." So Yeshariel strengthened himself and sat upon the bed. And Jacob said to Yusuf, "Al Shaddai appeared to me at Luzah, in the land of Canaan, and he endowed me. And he said to me, Behold, from your fruit and from your increase I will give you a multitude of people. And I will give this land to your seed after you for an everlasting possession. Now your 2 sons, Ephraim and Menashe, who were born unto you in the land of Mitzrayim, before I came to you into Mitzrayim, are mine, like Reuben and Shimon are mine. However, your issuance which you beget after them will be yours, and will be called after the name of their brethren in their inheritance. As for me, when I came from Padan, Rachel died beside me in the land of Canaan, in the way, when there was yet a little way to go to Abrat. And I buried her there in the way of Abrat. The same is Beit Lechem. Then Yishariel beheld Yusuf's sons and asked, "Who are these?" And Yusuf answered to his father, "They are my sons, whom Elohim has given to me in this place." Then he said, "I pray you, bring them to me, and I will endow them." Now the eyes of Yeshariel were dim for age. He could not see. So he brought them near to him. Then he kissed and embraced them. Moreover, Yeshariel said to Yusuf, "I had not thought to see your face. But look, Elohim has showed me your seed also." Then Yusuf brought them out from between his knees, and he bowed himself with his face to the earth. Furthermore, Yusuf took both of them, Ephraim in his right hand towards the left hand of Yeshariel, and Manasseh in his left hand towards the right hand of Yeshariel. Then he brought them near to him. However, Yeshariel stretched out his right hand and laid it upon Ephraim's head, who was the younger. Then, guiding his hand wittingly, because Manasseh was the firstborn, his left hand was upon Manasseh's head. Moreover, he endowed Yusuf and said, "The Elohim, before whom my fathers Abraham and Yitzhak did walk, the Elohim who feeds me continually to this day, the angel who redeemed me from all evil, endow the young men, and let my name be upon them, and the name of my fathers, Abraham and Yitzhak, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth." However, when Yusuf saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him, and he held up his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's head. Then Yusuf said to his father, "Not so, my father, for this is the firstborn. Put your right hand upon his head." But his father refused and said, "I know, my son, I know. He too will become a people, and he will be great also. But truly, his younger brother will be greater than him, and his seed will become a multitude of nations." Thus he endowed them on that day, saying, "Of you Yeshariel will endow, saying, Elohim establish you as Ephraim and as Manasseh." And he placed Ephraim before Manasseh. Furthermore, Yeshariel said to Yusuf, "Behold, I will die, but Elohim will be with you, and will bring you again to the land of your fathers. Moreover, I have given to you one portion more than your brethren, which I will take out of the hand of the Amori, with my sword and my bow."
Chapter 49.
And Jacob called to his sons and said, "Gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which will befall you in the last days. Gather yourselves together and hear, you sons of Jacob, and hearken unto Yeshariel, your father. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength, the excellency of dignity and power. Unstable as water, you will not excel, because you went upon your father's bed, and you defiled it. He went upon my couch. Shimaun and Lehi are brothers, instruments of violent heresies. My soul will not enter into their council. In their assembly, my honor will not be united. For in their anger they slew a man, and in their delight they crippled an ox. Cursed is their anger, for it is fierce, and their wrath, for it is cruel. I will divide them in Yaqub and scatter them in Yeshareal. Yehuda, you are he whom your brethren will praise. Your hand will be on the neck of your enemies. Your father's children will bow down before you. Yehuda is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, you will ascend. He will stoop down. He will lay down like a lion. Yet, as a mature lion, who will rouse him up? The scepter will not depart from Yehuda, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shilu, heavenly peace, comes. Then unto him the peoples will obey. Bind the filly to a vine, and the colt of his jenny to a choice vine. Wash his garment in wine, and her veil in the blood of grapes. The darkening of eyes is from wine, but the brightening of teeth is from milk. Zebulun will dwell in the haven of the sea, and he will be a haven of ships, and his border will be towards Sidon. Yeshachar is a strong ass, crouching down between two burdens. And he saw that rest was good, and the land was pleasant. Therefore he bowed his shoulder to carry and become a servant to tribute. Dan, his people will be contested as one of the tribes of Yeshareal. Dan will be a serpent by the way, an otter in the path who bites the horse's heels, so that his rider falls backwards. O Yehovah, I have waited for your salvation. God is a troop. He is our invader, and he will have fortune in the end. Out of Asher his bread will be fat, and he will yield royal dainties. Naphtali is a doe sent forth. Will the speech be good? The fruitful descendant of Yusuf is a fruitful descendant beside a spring. His daughters will march beside an ox. Yet the master of arrows will be bitter to him and shoot. Also he will hate him. But his bow will remain strong, and the agility of his arms' hands will be from the hand of the Aber, guardian of Yaqub, the shepherd, the rock of Yeshareal, by the all of your father, who will help you, and by the Almighty, who will endow you with the endowments of the heavens above, endowments of the deep that lies below, endowments of the breasts and womb. The endowments of your father has prevailed above the endowments of my ancestors, to the utmost boundary of the hills, forever. They will be upon the head of Yusuf, and upon the crown of his Nezer, consecrated one, of his brethren. Binyamin will ravage like a wolf. In the morning he will devour the prey. Then at night he will divide the plunder. All these are the 12 tribes of Yeshareal, and this is what their father spoke to them and endowed them. Everyone according to his endowment he endowed them. Then he charged them and said to them, I am to be gathered unto my people. Bury me with my fathers in the cave that is in the field of Abron, the Hitti, in the cave that is in the field of Machpelah, which is before Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which Abraham bought with the field of Abron, the Hitti, for a possession of a burial place. There they buried Abraham and Sarah his wife. There they buried Yitzhak and Rivkah his wife. And there I buried Leah. The purchase of the field and of the cave that is in it was from the children of Het. And when Yaqub made an end of instructing his sons, he gathered up his feet into the bed and died. Thus he was gathered to his people. Therefore Yusuf fell upon his father's face. Then he wept upon him and kissed him.
Chapter 50.
And Yusuf commanded his servants, the physicians, to embalm his father. Therefore the physicians embalmed Yeshareal, and 40 days were fulfilled for him, for such are the days fulfilled of those who are embalmed. But the Mitzrayim mourned for him for 70 days. And when the days of his mourning were past, Yusuf spoke to the house of Paro, saying, If now I have found grace in your eyes, I pray you, speak in the ears of Paro, saying, My father made me swear, saying, Behold, I will die. In my grave, which I have dug for myself in the land of Canaan, you will bury me there. Now therefore, let me go up and bury my father, I pray you, and I will come again. Therefore Paro said, Go up and bury your father, according as he has made you swear. So Yusuf went up to bury his father, and all the servants of Paro went up with him, the elders of his house, and all the elders from the land of Mitzrayim, and all the house of Yusuf, and his brethren, and his father's house. Only they left their little ones, and their flocks, and their herds in the land of Goshen. And both chariots and horsemen went up with him, and it was a very large company. Furthermore, they came to the threshing floor of Athad, which is beyond Yarden, and there they mourned with a great and very sore lamentation. Then he made mourning for his father 7 days. And when the inhabitants of the land, the Canaani, saw the mourning in the floor of Athad, they said, This is a grievous mourning for the Mitzrayim. Therefore the name of it was called Abel Mitzrayim, which is beyond Yarden. Thus his sons did for him according as he instructed them. For his sons carried him into the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which Abraham bought with the field for a possession of a burial place from Abrun the Hittite, before Mamre. Then Yusuf returned into Mitzrayim after he had buried his father, he and his brethren, and all who went up with him to bury his father. Moreover, when Yusuf's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said, Perhaps Yusuf will hate us, and will certainly return unto us all the evil that we did to him. Then they commanded unto Yusuf, saying, Your father did command before he died, saying, Thus you will say to Yusuf, Now forgive the trespass of your brethren, and their sin, I pray you, for they did evil to you. So now forgive the trespass of the servants of the Elohim of your father, I pray you. Then Yusuf wept when they spoke to him. Also his brethren went and fell down before his face. And they said, Behold, we are your servants. However, Yusuf said to them, Fear not, for I am in this place by Elohim. But as for you, you thought evil against me. Elohim meant it for good, to bring to pass as this day, to save the lives of many people. Now therefore, fear not, I will nourish you and your little ones. Therefore he comforted them and spoke kindly to them. Furthermore, Yusuf dwelt in Mitzrayim, he and his father's house. And Yusuf lived 110 years. Also, Yusuf saw Abrahim's children to the 3rd generation. So too the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, were brought up upon Yusuf's knees. Then Yusuf said to his brethren, I will die. Surely Elohim will visit you and bring you out of this land into the land which he swore to Abraham, to Yitzhak, and to Jacob. Moreover, Yusuf took an oath of the children of Yeshareal, saying, Surely Elohim will visit you, and you will carry up my bones from here.